Hello and welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. I am joined once again by Henry Deacon, and Chris Murphy's changed his appearance ever so slightly and he's turned into a three-time world champion. Glenn Durrant, your first time here. Good to have you here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely great. I'm happy, and it's been a long time since playing darts or watching darts, and being happy is up there, so delighted to be here.
And of course it's your first experience here, but you have had family interest in this event. Your nephew has been involved, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was literally the last person I spoke to. Obviously I've done a lot of research on the players, and Jamie, like me, he loves his darts, and he only spoke so highly of the old venue. If he came here and saw this, he'd be sort of overwhelmed a little bit. It is so professional. It is absolutely exceptional.
It certainly is. And we've already seen some exceptional darts here this week, haven't we? With Group A, of course, Danny Lauby is our first player through to finals night. Henry, what did you make of yesterday, and obviously the drama to end the afternoon?
Chaos. It was just sheer chaos. I think we said yesterday on this programme, we thought Nathan Girvan, we can just win more than he can lose. He'll get himself through. And those last couple of games, I don't think anyone could have scripted what happened in them. And I think Danny Lauby must have been the most nervous person. He wasn't even in the building. He had to go outside to watch that last game. That was how nervy it was towards the end. But he played really well this week. Did the right things at the right time. I mean, that 1-5-2 against Białecki was absolutely superb. I know Białecki then came back and hit one against him, but timing-wise, he was superb. And he's going to be a great addition here on Saturday night. And I think having won a lot in front of crowds in America, he'll favour that advantage come the weekend. Most
definitely. Glenn, you are new to this, but you've been watching, haven't you? Yesterday, we saw Nathan Girvan. Of course, after a sublime Tuesday, it was a woeful Wednesday for him. Getting off to a winning start, but then losing 4 games on the bounce. What does that do? Because it is such a quick turnaround in this event. Coming into tonight's action, how hard is it to put yesterday behind him and go again today?
If I was in Nathan's corner, I would say you never lose, you learn. So he's got to look back and have, just sort of think, why did I lose them 4 games? I mean, I go back with Nathan a long time, since the academy with Alan Souter, and I played pairs with him once in the Scottish Open, so there should never be any bias when you're a commentator. But I was cheering Nathan on yesterday, but he'll learn from that. He'll go back. He's young. He's enthusiastic, he's keen, he wants to succeed, so he has to look back on that and just think, did he feel anything different, and try and take the positives out of that.
Absolutely, and I guess that's what's so great about this. Not only is it a phenomenal tournament in its own right, but if he has ambitions of getting onto the PDC circuit, then these are the learning curves that he needs at this stage in his career.
I spoke to Moreno Blome last week after he lost out on finals night on Saturday, and he said this whole tournament, this whole concept is work experience for him. He got the opportunity to play on a big stage, play in front of some of the best players outside the PDC system, and he gets the chance to day on day play in front of the cameras, play in front of the lights, and learn. And that's an important thing for Nathan. We know how well he's doing in the development tour. He's got a really good chance of possibly getting a tour card from that. So, of course, he'd be disappointed that he's not got a couple of days off. But we're going to learn a lot about how he can regroup from that setback. Really tough group tonight. But we saw last week with Conor Heenahan, missed out in similar circumstances to Nathan, but he came back and he ripped up Group B.
And as Henry alluded to there, Nathan Girvan will be back in Group B action this evening, along with Sebastian Białecki, who we saw in action yesterday as well. He kind of spoilt the party for Nathan in that last game. But looking ahead to this morning's action, out of all the players involved, I know you've spoken to Stefan Bellmont this morning, haven't you? Who are you most excited to see?
Arron Monk for me. I think he's a tremendous talent. I'm really keen. I've just had a little chat with him. Even as high as he's played, is he nervous this morning? So he said he's looking forward to it. It's his first time at the new venue too, so I'm a big fan of Arron Monk.
Yeah, definitely. Henry, who for you is going to stand out? And as Glenn just mentioned, for a lot of these players, it's their first time in this venue. Do you think having that experience of playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday could help the likes of Stefan, Jamie Kelling as well, and Alec Small?
Absolutely, and I think especially with those three players where they've played, so obviously Jamie's played a lot in the room back in Southampton, where Stefan and Alec haven't played much on the big stage. I know Alec won the Champion of Champions a few weeks ago, but to have 3 days on this particular stage is a huge advantage, and we'll see how that pans out for the players coming in today.
Absolutely, and Glenn, we spoke about Alec Small before we went live, and you know he's got such a great action, he's so quick. Your words of advice would possibly be to slow things down a little bit?
I wouldn't say that to him today because he's got still a heck of a week ahead of him. But considering, you know, how he played, I'm sure there was some element of disappointment with him. I thought he was a tremendous talent. His throw is fantastic. It's just sometimes your behaviours, your values of how your preparation, and at times he was walking on his third dart. But unbelievable player. He could do really well in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw, didn't we, at the start of the week in particular, the way he was starting legs. You know, there was a spell where he couldn't miss 180s. He was just hitting them at the start of almost every leg. Who do you see coming through Group C?
One man I don't think we've spoken about yet, Parry, playing some really good stuff at the minute, and I think he could go under the radar in this group when you got the players that came in from Monday to Wednesday and the likes of Arron Monk coming into the fray. I think watch him, he could be a dangerous contender in this group.
Absolutely. Right then, we are live on Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 a.m. Not long to go, so put the kettle on, sit back and enjoy some arrows. Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 4 of week 9 here, which means we already have one player through 2 finals night. Danny Lauby coming through Group A yesterday in quite dramatic fashion. As you can see, Chris Murphy's changed quite considerably. He's now a 3-time world champion in Glen Durrant. Glenn, fantastic to have you here. It is, of course, your first day of Super Series action, but you have been watching, haven't you? What have you made of the overall standard? I
think before I talk about the standard, it's how professional everything I've seen this morning, from the production, the players are downstairs, the venue, the setup. It's incredible. I've been blown away with how professional, and that for me just makes it quite simple that the players are going to produce fantastic darts, and what a week it's been already. Absolutely.
I don't think he's going to include me in the professionalism stakes just yet. He'll get to know that that's not my style. But we've spoken already about Nathan Girvan after yesterday. We can see yesterday's results on the screen. He had such a fantastic opportunity after Danny Lauby lost his final game. It was all on Nathan Girvan, but after the run of results he'd had, just unable to show the form that he had in the previous day. It's a real sickener for him, isn't it, to have to come back for 2 more days of action?
Nathan's a young lad. I should have no bias in commentary, but I like Nathan. Goes all the way back to the academy with Alan Suter, and I played Scottish Open pairs with him, and there's that affinity, that bond. But I would say to him, you never lose, you learn, and have a look what happened yesterday, and try and pick out the positives, because for a couple of days and a half he was the best player in the field, and he just has to look back there. But rosy future.
Absolutely, and it is such a great place to learn, isn't it? Because he's someone with fantastic ambitions in this game. This is the perfect situation for him to get that match experience and really mentally learn a lot about himself.
It's a fantastic pathway what I'm seeing here. I'm old school, county, Super League, you play for your country, you play the BDO. Now there's so many opportunities for people, and Nathan's one of them who's grabbing every opportunity with the development tour, and what he learns on that stage, it'll only benefit him.
And on to Danny Lauby, who we've said topped Group A yesterday. He took out some really clinical finishes at crucial times. We're going to see the 1-2-9 here, which really changed the complexion of that game. Big finishes like that can do that, can't they?
Yeah, the most interesting stat there is Sebastian sat on 32, and them finishes for a dart player, they feel so good. And like you said, it was a real game changer.
Yeah, he also took out a 104, a 127 in his final match, but that wasn't enough to change the complexion of his game against Stefan Bellmont. Stefan Bellmont winning that penultimate game of yesterday's action. We can see the winning dart going in here. That really gave Nathan the opportunity. And we spoke to Danny after that match, and he was saying, he'd still won 4 out of 5 games. He didn't watch that. Would you have watched the final game knowing it was all on that?
Well, I remember in the Grand Slam when Simon Whitlock played Gerwin Price and I was on an athletic field somewhere. But the interesting finish there was the 5. And then any dart player loves that 25 bull. And at that point, obviously, Nathan was in control of the group once more.
Absolutely. And then we do see, as this clip finishes, we can move on to that final game of the day. Of course, Nathan Girvan having had a perfect Tuesday, it was a woeful Wednesday for him. And that finished with that defeat to Białowieski. Final game of the day. He knew it was all back in his hands, but it takes a lot of mental strength, doesn't it, to come through, especially when a game is this tight. And Białowieski showing what we know he's capable of.
It is tough. It's very tough, and he'll be disappointed. You can see there the disappointment. But he's young, he'll learn, and sometimes these knocks will make you a better person. Life's not always rosy on the dartboard, and he'll get his highs, and unfortunately yesterday was one of them lows, but he'll learn.
And he has got Alan Suter in his corner as well. For anyone with Scottish grit, that's someone you want to be learning from.
That's one man I admire. And also he's got Chris Mason. He talked quite openly about his relationship with Chris as well. If you've got them 2 guys in your locker, you're going to be doing many, many positive things.
Most definitely. And confirmation then of Group A and how that finished. It was Danny Lauby who finished top of that table. But we're going to move on to Groups B and C now as well, because there we have it. Danny Lauby finishing top. It was Nathan Girvan who had superior leg difference, so if that had come into play, he would have finished top. That's not going to help Nathan to feel any better, is it? But
it's not. But well done, Danny. We talked a lot about Nathan there, so Danny is a real talent. The pace he plays at, he's so fluent. So well done, Danny, also.
and someone who only came over a week ago, so having to deal with the jet lag and everything else that comes with it. So a real credit, and we look forward to seeing him on finals night. But it is time to focus on Groups B and C. C getting underway this morning, and as you can see, the players involved. We'll get on to Group B later, but it is the start of Group C this morning. We've got 3 players returning in: Alec Small, Jamie Kelling, and Stefan Bellmont. Of Group C, I know you know Arron Monk quite well. Is he someone you're really looking forward to seeing this morning?
Yeah, I mean, he's a character with a capital C. He's the life and soul behind stage there. I'm really looking forward to watching Alec play again. He impressed me despite probably him coming off with a little bit of disappointment there. Stefan, I've had a real good chat with. He seems to have gotten better as the week's gone on. He's had a long week with Challenge too, and being here, it's a wide open group.
It most certainly is. Let's get this morning's action underway then, and it is Stefan Bellmont who's first up against Cox.
Morning, Abby. Morning, everyone. Welcome along to first day here at the MODUS Super Series, where one group ends, 2 more begin. And we see Lee Cox for the first time this week and this phase at the Super Series. Up against Stefan Belmont, who was involved in Group A action. He finished 5th in that group on 10 points. One of a number of players who was in that bottom half of the table, which was eventually won by Danny Lauby. Many congratulations go to him for progressing his way through to finals night, which will take place on Saturday evening here at the MODUS Live Lounge. But the focus this morning and tomorrow morning, we'll see which 2 will join them from this particular group. And it is Lee Cox to get us underway in our first game of the day here.
100.
Seen him a fair bit on our screens in this particular competition. The 39-year-old from London, the county captain from those parts. But his first taste of this particular stage. I would say making the trip down from the balcony to the commentary box is none other than the 3 times champion of the world, Glenn Dower. Glenn, first of all, what's it like to be here?
It's incredibly professional. I can't tell you how nervous I am right now, Henry. You know, this is new to me, but it's putting a smile on my face, and it's a long time since I've been playing, watching darts, and enjoying it.
78.
Can't believe how good the whole venue and everything is. Yeah, I'm having a great time already.
Yeah, looking forward to your company for the rest of the week. Should be good fun, shouldn't it?
100.
Absolutely. Tonight's setup looks absolutely unbelievable, but I'm more looking forward to this afternoon. I know both these guys here. Lee I met in Chelsea,
79.
so it's great to see that he's beginning to fulfil his real opportunities. He said he's a little bit low in confidence at the moment, but these sort of these Super Series, they give you a real opportunity when you're on the hockey such an awful lot of time. So I wish him all the best.
So Lee first to finish on 144. Stefan returning for 120.
Stefan's got better during the week, hasn't he? It's not the greatest marker there.
100. Lee require 102.
And these are the sort of finishes that are key in a best of 7. But he won't be happy with that first, that's for sure.
So 84 remaining for Cox.
38. Stefan, you require 20.
Stefan Belmont was 2 10s for the opening leg of the day and a breaker throw. Up for 5s. Goes inside, so Cox will return for 64.
18. Lee requires
64 is one of them finishes that us dart players practice on so much, so he'd be key to get this out the way. He needs a big 16. I believe double top.
Game shown the
and
first.
That's a solid finish. Therefore, he'd be over the moon with that finish there. That'll settle him down. You can see the puffer cheeks out there. He'll be feeling great right now.
Glenn's first leg in the commentary box at the Super Series complete.
I've also just blown a little bit of a raspberry there, so it's just as nervous as Lee sat here right now. But both players are now settling. I had a good chat with Stefan. He's been to the challenge too, where he said he struggled a little bit, but he said as each day's going by, he's feeling better. And he said he's on for one day, then he's off to the European Cup in the WDF next week. So it's a very, very busy period for him.
Autumn, a very busy period of time in the world of darts. Plenty of events on the horizon as we build up to the end of the year and the World Championships.
180.
Stefan Bellmont gets our first max of the day.
Yeah, as a commentator, I'm looking for my first 9 dart, my first 170, but that's my first max.
100.
So that'll be a good quiz question. Thank you there, Stefan.
I'll get that jotted down so I'll get the correct answer next time I'm out at the quiz.
57.
What do you think a format like this does for players like Stefan, who's played a bit of Challenge Tour, but A, to kind of put him in the darting
67.
spotlight, and B, to have the opportunity just to play as
164.
many matches as possible?
Yeah, I was chatting to him about how the European Tour has been good for him. I know he's played 6 times on the European Tour and not won any.
85.
But he said, it's really set him up for something like this, and he's been really looking forward to this MODUS Super Series, and was sort of a little bit disappointed early doors. But he said he's feeling confident today,
98.
and once
Stefan,
again
you
he's
require
averaging
79.
over 90 now. But it's these clutch finishing, these 79s, these 64s that'll determine who wins the best of 7.
No score. Lee require 96.
Stefan busts a score there, so Cox is back for 96 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Joe 17 would have left him a dart at tops.
It's a couple of times today, Lee's first dart to sort of let him down, so that'll be something he'll be thinking about when he
64.
evaluates this game.
Stefan, you require 79.
79 for Belmont.
Go big, Stefan, go big.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's a fantastic
Stefan
finish there
Belmont.
from Stefan, and that just sort of demonstrates exactly what you need to do to kill a leg off. Lee with a 64 finish, Stefan with
So
a
I think it's Lee
79.
to throw first.
Both players got a bit of a smile on the face there as they go to the hockey. Let's hopefully they now throw their best darts.
140.
Of course, I can imagine the first game of the day it can be the difficult one to play in as well. You're the one that's starting the show, and I suppose it's double-edged sword because in one way you can set the stall out for the rest of the group,
81.
but I suppose you play in game 3, you'd see what everybody else is doing.
Absolutely, Henry, and both, they'll want to get off with these with 2 points straight away. I was always someone who liked to go on early.
60.
Like I said, set that benchmark, then they can go back. The beauty of this is they can go back and, they're probably on in the next hour straight after that. So it's a tough schedule, but getting that first 2 points under your belt is key.
100.
Of course, the difference with the Thursday, Friday group compared to Group A is you've only got 2 days, so you need to get off to a good start on the Thursday, whereas
60.
in Group A you can have a little bit of a wobble on the Monday, but still be in with a realistic chance of getting through on the other 2 days.
Absolutely. I mean, Danny was not really looking to top that group. It was in Nathan's hands for
100.
pretty much 90% of the whole of Group A. So it's never over till it's over, I guess. Yeah, but both look settled now.
57.
If anything, Lee's first start right now is something that he'd be a little bit concerned at. But yeah, Stefan looks in the mood. That's a lovely dart there.
140. 100. Stefan, you require 80.
So double 10 for Belmont for 2-1. Up for 5s.
75.
Just underneath.
Lee
So
require
Cox
84.
returns for 84. 14. Leaves the ball.
59.
Just underneath into the 25. And so
require
Belmont
5.
returns for 5.
Yeah, don't miss the big one, Stefan. That's usually the toughest part of this finish. That's a tough angle of...
1.
Yeah, that first dart didn't really
He
do him any
required
favours there.
25.
But a 25 finish is something that we all practice again. This is a key dart.
17.
And so the
Stefan,
break
you
chance
require
is
4.
on for Belmont as he returns for double 2. But
No
those three
score.
darts come and go as well, and so Lee Cox
require
returns
8.
the 2 fours.
Game's on the third leg.
And there it is,
Cox.
and Lee Cox opens up a 2-1 lead over Stefan Belmont. The Swiss had the opportunity to break the throw in the third, but he couldn't take advantage of the
Well, then it's
opportunities.
Stefan
He's
to
1
throw
out of
first.
10 on the outer ring so far. And that's the reason why he is behind.
It sort of sums up sort of Stefan's week, really.
140.
Seems to be scoring really well, but, you know, a 10% checkout percentage is unfortunately not acceptable.
140.
I suppose the one thing that the players have in this form, which they got to adapt to, which in regular tournament play they don't, is when they lose a match in a normal tournament, they go home.
140.
But in this, they have to come back a few minutes later to try and rectify that.
Yeah, I think the biggest parallel there is usually like a round-robin competition where you know, you're never out there, but it still doesn't change the fact that if you can get that first one under your belt, you know, that the other games will feel a lot easier. Stefan's going to the Europe Cup next week, and you know that's another competition where you're constantly on the board all the time. So it's great preparation for him, but he'll definitely be frustrated right now because he's scoring well. You know, 7 scores over 100, 3 140s under a max already. But the statistic that really stands out there is his finishing percentage.
Can he improve upon it here with the 161? Doesn't have to go for the bullseye with Cook's back on 176.
97.
Is it handy enough?
Yeah, he wants a minimum 100. He needs to put some pressure on this finish here. 176, 100 out of 140 really sets this up nicely for Lee.
100. Stefan, you require 64.
And as I've spoken about already, once again, this is what I tell so many players. These 64, 72 finishes that happen all the time. That's a stinker.
Criminal from Belmont
32.
missing the big number there, and so it gives Cox the
76.
opportunity on 76 to open up a 3-1 lead. Tops for a break.
36.
Just above the wire, so
Stefan
Belmont,
requires
despite missing the
32.
big number, will return for the double 16.
No score.
He's had 3 big stinkers in this game. That
They
treble 20
require
to bust,
40.
the finish early, the big 7, and now the bust there. So a real opportunity for Lee to break here and take a firm control of this game.
30.
But Cox misses the opportunity as
Stefan
well. He's 2 for 9 on the
32.
outer ring, and so Belmont will return for 32 to end this chaotic leg. Double 8.
16.
Goodness me.
Lee required 10.
What an absolute conclusion to this leg of darts, but how big
Game's
is
on
that?
the fourth leg. Lee
pulled a throw.
Cox.
It's a 3-1 lead for Lee now, and it's his to lose at this point. But a comedy of errors, that leg there for both players.
Fifth leg is Lee to throw first. Game
What
on.
must Stefan be feeling at this particular moment in time? Because he knows he should be at 2-2.
He'd be super frustrated, of course, which is the obvious answer to that there. But a lot of it's down to his
80.
own fault. You know, the bust is, they're all fundamental things when playing darts. You know, when you're missing big numbers, a big 16 to hit a 7. But, you know, he's peppering that treble 20 every time. If I didn't know any different, I'd be thinking that all he's done in that practice
140.
board all morning is just throw treble 20. And I think sometimes people get their preparation so wrong.
You look at this scoring
84.
department. Belmont outscores Cox on the ton plus department 7-5 and 4 each in the 140 pluses, and Belmont with the only max of the match. But it's the 1 from 15 on the outer ring which is causing him the issues at this
140.
present moment in time. Reminder of the other players we're going to see in this group. We're going to see Alec Small, Arron Monk, Jamie
59.
Kelling and Parry in action over the next couple of days.
I bet every single one of them are in the practice room now practicing the doubles, because that's been the only difference in this game.
105.
You know, once again, Stefan after 9. Under 116, very, very acceptable. But, you know, he's got to improve on these doubles.
59.
Players do
Number
see every single dart that's thrown.
116.
There is a monitor in the practice room so they can keep tabs of what's happening. And they may be keeping tabs of this 116 for Belmont. Tops he wants. for 3-2,
on the
and for
fifth leg,
missing 14
Stefan
darts at
Bellmont.
double, he takes out the 116.
I absolutely knew that was going to go in. And how many times did that happen when you get one dart or a double? It's so
Six-legged
much easier when
Stefan
you've
to
got
throw
three in your hand.
first. Game on.
Now he's got to do the hard bit now of holding his throw.
A 12 dart leg to boot as well. And we see in these best of 7 formats how quickly a game can change on one moment.
I think, obviously, I've been watching the Super Series in preparation for today, and I think that you're exactly right. It's sort of, I've seen so many games where there's been 7 breaks of throws, or people have come back from 3-0 defeats. It is pretty cutthroat, best of 7, and but these players are used to it. Both have played the WDF circuit, but
140.
you know, Lee's the captain of London as well, and so you know they'll be used to this at the county level. So it's not alien to them. It's just when you've got that chance, you've got to grab that opportunity.
140.
And for the players that use this as a development tool, and obviously we'll talk about Nathan Girvan a little bit later on this evening, how much does actually the short course format sharpen you up in so many areas where long course perhaps doesn't?
I think it's like an athlete, you know, an athlete who's a 100-meter runner compared to an 800-meter. You know, sometimes you've just got to get them real basics in, you know, get your speed up. And if you're match sharp going into any tournament, you know, whether or not you're playing best of 5s or, you know, when you're going to the real best of 21 games, if you're match sharp, you know, you go in there with sort of improved confidence.
Well, it's Belmont, the one who's found a bit of confidence at the minute, leaving 146 to make it 3 apiece.
60.
Take us all the way in our opening game of the day.
Yeah, a lot of players on the 146 are using the 19s now, Henry, but Stefan does throw that treble 20 religiously,
60.
I've noticed. He doesn't sort of match around the board.
Seems to go for things the traditional way, it seems.
He does. But Lee has an opportunity to put pressure on, but he just hasn't done that there. So that was an opportunity. But Stefan's arguably got 3 to 6 darts here to take this. But this is an opportunity now to bring the bull into the game. He's just checking on Lee's finish there. He'll be going for the bullseye here. Well, I think he was going for the bullseye there, Henry. I'm not sure.
124.
We'll have to have a look for that dart. Treble 18 would have left Cox himself a dart at ball, so Stefan Bellmont returns for double 17. We don't see this in play very often.
Yeah, he's got a decision to make. Does he go the big 2 or does he go straight for it? It's double 16. Just to hold his throw and to make it 3 each. That's a long, long way away.
Game on the 6th flag.
Big shout out there from Stefan. He needed that. An exciting opening leg now with Lee to throw for the match.
7th and final leg is Lee.
So our first game of the day goes to a last leg. Cox with the advantage of throw in leg 7 of 7. It's an okay start.
It's an acceptable start, 86. But Stefan has been hitting these 100s, 140s with regularity, but when you need it in that last leg, it's so much tougher.
60.
It's as if the treble 20 squeezes in a little bit when it gets to a decider.
Looks like a Yorkshire board in the last leg, doesn't it?
They were happy days playing on that. That's a disappointing throw from Lee. And we talked a little bit about confidence there with Lee, and sort of this match would have been big for him, but both are really struggling in this last leg. Treble 19, which he hasn't used an awful lot in the game, has been very, very kind to him there.
And it is advantage Belmont against the darts here in this decider.
84.
After this, we're going to see Arron Monk in action for the first time this week up against Kurt Parry. 2 more I was going to say debutants this week, but the players coming into the fray. And then Jamie Kelling will take on Alec Small, 2 players who played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
A nod of approval there from Stefan, because Lee's just looking a little bit tight, but what a first start that is for him. He must follow that. He'll be disappointed.
85.
He will be disappointed with that 85 there, because that first start was absolutely sitting perfect for him. It's advantage Stefan.
6 darts and 2-2-6 to win the opening game of the day. But that's a slip into the single 1 at the least opportune time. So he heads downstairs
78.
and recovers the visit well with the treble 19 to leave 148.
I think they're making my first taste of commentary as exciting as possible here, aren't they? They're doing all this just for me.
84.
I can tell them they're
Stefan,
doing it for me.
148.
Giving you practice, Glenn.
Absolutely. What a dart. What a dart. You've got to stay there, Stefan. I think we're all a little shocked with that one there.
78. Libra 121.
Oh, Glenn, the floor is all yours.
Would it be my first? So it'd be treble 17 to give them the opportunity. Bullseye.
87. Stefan, you require
That was
70.
my moment, that, Lee. But as we talked about these clutch finishing, 64, 72, and a 70 here. That leaves 25. We'd probably be looking at a big 9 is the traditional way. Now he's gone for double 12. For the match.
Game shot on the match.
And there it is. Stefan Bellmont is our first victor of Group C here at the MODUS Super Series by 4 legs to 3 against Lee Cox. Let's have a look at how that game then stacked up statistically. It was Belmont with an average of 81.05 with the solitary maximum in the match. 11 ton plus throws, 6 140 pluses, a high checkout of 116, 1 ton plus checkout, obviously that equates to, but it was 4 from 20 on the doubles, which he's going to have to sort out as the day goes on. 20% ratio. Lee Cox was only 3 from 11 on the outer ring, a 75.74 average for him, so work to do in his next game in a few matches time. So we went to leg 7 in match 1. What is match 2 going to bring for us here on the opening day's action in Group C here at the Super Series? Is Arron Monk up against Parry, 2 players we haven't seen so far this week. And so let's take a short break and we'll get into that.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Stefan Bellmont come through a last leg decider to get his first points on the board in Group C. There you can see it. Despite a whole host of missed darts at double early on, his scoring was always a strength. Cox capitalising on Belmont's errors early on, but a 12-dart leg finished with a 116 out, really inspiring the Swissman, who scored heavily from there. It was a nervy last leg decider, both looking shaky at times, but Belmont getting the job done by pinning double 12 there. You can see it just 20% on the outer ring for Belmont. That's really going to need to improve as today goes on. So he's the only player to pick up points, of course, in this so far, the first match of the day. But we now move on to our second match, and it's two players who've got a lot of experience in this tournament, but it is their first time playing at this brand new venue. It is Arron Monk against Parry. Both players winning over 40% of their matches in this event so far. But how will they fare at our brand new venue? Let's find out in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Two players who make their debut on this particular stage, but two players that aren't strangers to this particular tournament format. Parry's played here a couple of times with mixed success, around about 50% win ratio in this competition for him, up against Arron Monk, the former PDC World Youth Champion. And I suppose, Glenn, it's a similar dynamic to what we saw earlier on this week with players in Group A, where we don't know how they're going to react to this stage environment.
It's just great to see someone with a body like me with Arron. So it's nice. We've been talking bodybuilding and muscles, etc. But for me, he is the standout player of the group. He's the one when I woke up this morning.
Okay, first like it's Arron
He
to
was one I
throw
was
first.
keen to see how he's played.
Game on.
He's very charismatic. Like I said, backstage there, he has been life and soul. Yeah, very interested to see how he plays.
He gets us underway in this one.
100.
I suppose he's another one of those players that can kind of use this as a vehicle to build his way possibly back to tour card status.
Like I said, I think there's a fantastic pathway now for so many players, including people like Arron, who's come off the Pro Tour circuit. You know, it's no longer just Super League, County League these days now. There's so many options out there for people now, and Aaron's got talent in abundance. You know, but what I like is
55.
You know, chatting to him this morning. These are really, it's tough skill. You know, I read a report this week on Robert Owen, who said, you know, the Super Series for him is tougher than the Challenge Tour, and being on the Pro Tour sometimes it's so cutthroat. So, like I said, it's they're hard to win. But what a confidence boost going into a very busy period of the season.
Well, Monk's left himself 167 after 9 in this opening leg. Got off to a really, really good start. As the man from Andover actually plays in the same Super League team as Jamie Kelling, so we'll see them two do battle a little bit later on today.
It's been a bit of a stinker of a start for Kurt, but he'll be delighted with them 3 darts to get him underway. Treble 17 and double 18 for the opening leg.
71.
All Kurt can really do now is put some sort of pressure on Arron. Yeah, there's the treble 20 he's looking for. A lot of players use the bullseye with that 3rd dart, but that really does put some pressure on Arron now. But I do fancy him for this.
Game shot the first.
With that double 9 for any dart players is a bit of a non-starter for many people. But he looks relaxed, he looks comfortable. Quite important for Kurt there is sort of last 6 darts. He's beginning to show what he's capable of. So it's a case of game on right now.
It's been something we've discussed since moving into this new building a couple of weeks ago, that for those that are coming here for the first time, those with stage experience like Arron have a huge advantage over the likes of Kurt, without disrespect.
That's a great point, and it's probably the reason why Kurt's gone from averaging 48 after his first 9 darts, and he's peppering the 90 average now. You know, he looks comfortable. Both players look good, and like I said, I've been really impressed with everything backstage. You know, they're all pumped, they're all ready, and they're, you know, Arron is playing some fantastic darts right now, and
140.
Doesn't get much better than that. They're sitting nicely. He looks good, but it's with Kurt's darts. He'd be looking for at least a 15 darter when you're opening up with your darts, and he's back in this leg.
And you look at the 2 actions, and I know you're doing a lot of coaching nowadays. As a coach, the 2 actions I'd imagine that you'd probably look at and say that's how you'd want to throw if you're new darters coming into the game.
I'm obsessed with throws. I've got to say, Kurt's throw, it looks absolutely lovely. I often wonder how these, you know, how these guys are hitting big 1s and big 5s when the throws look so good. But the guy that's impressed me throw-wise this week has been Alec. You know, I just had a quiet word with him earlier.
96. Kurt, you require 170.
Come on, Kurt, give me the big fish. Come on, it's my first time, Kurt. Well, that was a bit of an anticlimax, sir, if you don't mind me saying.
55. Arron, you require 105.
I always like treble 19 first start here, but it looks like he's looking at the bullseye, which many players are using that now for the double opportunity.
65. Kurt, you require 115.
So Parry returns for the 115 for parity. One dart at tops.
95.
It drags just below, and so
Arron, you
Monk
require
returns for
40.
that same target.
And when it's a best of 7, as we spoke about, they're the darts that you've got to take, because someone with the capabilities of Arron will be feeling confident. That's a great marker.
20.
And you can see the frustration there.
Kurt, you
1
require
from 7
20.
now on the outer ring for Arron Monk, and we spoke about the issues with missed doubles in the first game. And we might be saying the
10.
same about the second.
Arron, you require 20.
What have we done with this dartboard? Have they made the doubles really small today and the trebles really big? That's how it
Game's on the
feels, but it's a
second
great
leg.
dart from Arron. He'll
Arron
be
Monk.
feeling good. He punches the board there. He holds his throw and takes a satisfying lead 2-0.
Delegates,
I feel like
Arron to
Arron's
throw
one of those players that
first.
needs to get himself off to a good start. He's one of those players that likes to psych himself up, doesn't he, and get himself pumped for action.
Absolutely, and with a full crowd here on Saturday night,
99.
he would become very, very dangerous. You know, when you can hear something rattling behind you or something, that's the worst thing for a dart player.
140.
Kurt's beginning to settle. This game's far, far from over, and both players look like they're playing some of the best darts now.
134.
I think both are bringing each other up, aren't they, as well?
And when you talk about throws, I mean, that was just
140.
beautiful to watch. It's yeah, two players very good on the eye. You know, darts wise, both look very good.
60.
Kurt will actually be favourite for this leg, and as soon as I open my mouth, he hits a big 5. So I guess that's what they call the commentators,
45.
Kurt. So
You've joined the club.
apologies there, Kurt.
Don't worry, I say it all the time. Arron's karma shooting so far in this
134.
game has been absolutely exceptional, and it leaves him on to 74. Parry needs a couple of trebles here, and may still do.
100.
76 are good
Arron
enough,
requires
Leave.
74.
That's still good pressure, but like I said, and I apologize for repeating myself, that is a terrible dart. I don't agree with that. Whether he hits it or not, which he
Game's on the
does,
third leg.
and he'll shut
Arron
me up
Monk.
right there, but that is not the way to go up to 74 in my eyes. But that is why he's a character. That is why he's Arron Monk, and that is why he's leading.
Four leg, it's Kurt
3-0.
to throw first. Game on.
He will do what he wants, won't he? And that's why we love him so much.
As I came into the commentary box, he went, "Duran, do your best.
41.
Make sure you say bad things about me." But if he didn't have them muscles, I'd be saying, "Don't go for double 17, Arron, please."
59.
His first time here, he had a little look around the building, a little look around the commentary box, see where the
141.
magic happens. This is the hub, Glenn.
It is absolutely fantastic, but I must admit, I nearly walked into the players' lounge a couple of times, so I'm getting used to having the mic rather than my darts in my hand. But I did go on that
41.
stage, and for people with aspirations of, you know, wanting to play serious darts, if you get the opportunity to come to the MODUS Super Series, then grab it with both hands, because
140.
it is phenomenal here. Everything is professional, and this will give you the pathway to get yourself when you are playing in the PDC.
136.
Of course, you get here by doing good things on the circuit, and it gives players that extra motivation, whether that's playing in the ADC,
99.
WDF, or local competitions. They know that this is a realistic ambition if you do well somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
71.
I'm beginning to
So
see
you
something
require
from
80.
Kurt. He's averaging just shy of 90 already. But it's all about this doubles now, because he's not from 4 on his doubles.
Game's
He's
on the
feeling
fourth
good
leg.
right now. That's a
Kurt
tremendous
Parry.
finish. And what I'm seeing, that will really settle him down, and it's game on.
And so Arron Monk then
Fifth leg, it's Arron to throw
throwing
first.
for the match for his first 2 points of the group. Yeah, quality contest thus far.
100.
Not been a max yet, but a lot of 140s and 2 12 visits on the 19s.
That conclusion of the day so far, it is trebles for
100.
sure, doubles for the door right at the moment, because you know, none of them are really hitting the doubles like they can, but the scoring's been absolutely acceptable. It's been fine.
55.
I must be good at this commentator's curse, because every time I say something, it's either big five or treble five.
140.
Yeah, I really like the look of Kurt Parry, I'm not going to lie. Apart from just a little bit of research, it's the first time I've sort of seen him play,
72.
and I'm actually very, very impressed.
And this is the joys of this league, as we get to see different players. I mean, look at Connor Scott, completely unearthed last year here.
44.
I mean, I've got a few players who've been unearthed by sort of the Super Series, the online league. I'm a big fan of Connor. I know he'd probably be listening, and he's better than he thinks.
99.
I know that a lot of players
100.
with tour cards or playing this do tune in to us. So if you are, very good morning to you. And of course, you can get in touch with us at home. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram.
38.
And give us your thoughts and observations on the day. As Kurt Parry wants 117 for free too. Channel 19 would have left him topped, but that's a
93.
really,
Arron
really
Monk,
nice leave, leaving double 12 there. So Monk wanting 137 for the match. Not going to happen this time, so Parry's going to return for double 12 for free
40.
too.
A little bit
Required
sloppy
24.
there with the setup. That gives, you know, gives Kurt the confidence now that he's maybe got 3 even 6 darts at this. He should have put a little bit more pressure
9.
on that. That's a bit.
Arron required 97.
That's a bit of an implosion, that dart there, the big 9. That does him no favours. But treble 19.
For the match, double 10.
Game
And there it is,
shot on
Arron
the
Monk, and that's
match.
a good start to his
Arron
day as he
Monk.
claims a 4-1 victory over Kurt Parry in game 2 of our day with an average of 81.5. A lot of cover shots on the treble 19, which is why you see a lot in the ton plus column as opposed to the 140 plus column. No maximums in that particular match. The high out there of 97, 4 from 11 on the doubles for Monk. Right, so Kurt Parry 86 average, bit of a slow start to the match, which is why Monk won it so convincingly in the end. 1 from 8 on the doubles, that equates to 12.5%, and his high out being the only out of the game on 80. We're going to take a short break then here at the MODUS Super Series. When we return, we're going to see 2 players that took part in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Jamie Kelling takes on Alec Small in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen former PDC World Youth Champion Arron Monk record his first win at this new venue. There you can see it, 4-1 winner in that one. Early on it was certainly similar to our first match of the day in terms of heavy scoring and missed darts at double being the story, but both players settled well, the quality improved. No 180s as you can see for either player, but a typically animated Monk got the win with a 97 finish on double 10. 36% checkout percent for Arron Monk, an 81.5 average for him. As you can see, Kurt averaging more in that game, but just 1 out of 8 on the outer ring. Next, we move on to our third match of this morning's session. Two players we've already seen in action this week. They were both in Group A. It's Jamie Kelling against Alec Small. Two players we saw, as you can see, there in action. Alec Small with that 146 checkout yesterday. The Welshman winning 2 of the 3 games that have been contested by Jamie and Alec so far. But the slate is wiped clean today for this Group C contest. So who is going to come out on top? Glenn, Henry, who are you going for?
Thank you very much, Abby. I'll pose a question to the world champion. Do you fancy for this one?
Well, if I'm really honest, up until last week, I didn't know an awful lot about both guys. Keen to watch how Jamie plays. Been talking to a few Hampshire guys just to get sort of a feeling about him and knowledge. But very nice backstage. He shook my hand and yeah, he seems a really nice guy. But I'm a big fan of Alec Small. You know, winning the Champion of Champions is not easy. It's a real cutthroat. You know, when you talk about the best of sevens here, that Champion of Champions is even tougher.
Okay, first against Jamie to throw first.
So I think
Game on.
this says, for me, it says 4-3 either way. And the way my commentary's been going with my, it's probably going to be 4-0 now.
140.
I was going to say, for Alec Small, this will feel like a marathon, won't
80.
it?
Yeah, that's it's a good one to win, that Champion of Champions. I did want to have a little chat with him there, but I didn't want to disturb his preparations for today.
40.
All good players and all good people as well behind the scenes. Using flights for its support
83.
autism charity as well, which is always good to see.
Absolutely.
100.
It's one thing darts does do very well, I think, is charity and supporting causes.
Yeah, wonderful. And I've been on the,
55.
been on the end of that as well. And Martin Leake in particular has been so supportive to my sponsors.
135.
And my charities. They've been great. But great start here for Jamie. Already averaging over 100 here.
97. Jamie
If the
requires
day goes
86.
like it's been going, it's all about these doubles right now. But this is a double we all like, and with Alec on, not a finish there. He's just set that up
46.
nicely, Jamie.
Yep, leaves himself on tops. Himself on top in his opening game
100.
of the
Jamie
day.
required 40.
It's been a very satisfying first leg for Jamie. If he can just sink this double, he'll be feeling good about himself.
Game
And that'll
shot
do
the first
nicely, and
leg.
that second dart was
Jamie
a really,
Kelling.
really nice guide there for Jamie Kelling. So an 18 dart leg to kick things off. He'll take that just to settle himself into the day.
So
Alex
it's
Small
Alec
with a
to throw
little bit of work
first.
to do in this opening match of the morning session.
Yeah, I'd be keen to speak with Alec.
42.
You know, how's he found this week? Because day in, day out, it's not easy. You take your losses, you go back to your hotel, and you regroup and start again. So what I would say to him, it's a real learning curve.
70.
But embrace these challenges.
I know Jamie's played in this competition a couple of times. You had a chance to chat with him and speak to him about how
134.
he's worked this format out.
No, not really. I've had like I said, I didn't want to disturb anyone this morning. I know everyone said the guys are keen to
58.
speak to the commentators to get any background. So I've been more speaking to other people. I say he seems like a really great guy. He's just
57.
completed last year completed a 26-mile walk for Macmillan. So he seems like an all-round good guy.
Your dad as well is JK.
96.
Good friends with Arron as well, I understand. That'll be interesting when they play each other.
The Super League derby.
58.
I think Luke Getty's also in that same Super League team. Andover becoming a real hotbed for darts.
I like the way his darts are settling up. This is
140.
Good job I didn't say that there, but that was smacking out for a max there. But he'd be really happy the way he's playing right now.
100, Jamie Rook, 137.
137 for Kelling. Up he goes.
93.
Sets
Alec
it
Rook,
up
110.
nicely. Leaving 44 of the 110 doesn't go for Alec Small. 90 left. Went across for treble 18.
74. Jamie Rook,
So Kelling is 44 to open up a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, an opportunity for a break. That's a new way for me to go. And the right smile
36.
tells you he's frustrated
Alec
at missing
Rook,
that big
36.
four. 36, this is a real
Game's on the
settler.
second
Alec
leg.
will be feeling
Alec
good
Small.
now. Just what he needed. Gives a parallel in the game now and it sets up for a best of 5 leg, you know, so it's...
So look, it's
all
Jamie
play
to
for.
throw first.
Getting closer towards Alec Small territory.
Absolutely. Yeah, when he gets the 2 each, he should be thinking of all the positives. But that's a lovely dart there. But again, just so quick.
95.
I just would say a little bit of composure, but you know, boring does. I would say that. But when I see these players that are so quick, if they could just take
97.
0.05 of a second, just look at that. And for me,
140.
that second dart was just indicative of the way, the speed he threw that dart. But listen, what if I said that to Michael Smith? What would people
60.
say to that? The rhythm players, the fast players. But I just think there's a little bit of improvement there for Alec.
96.
Is it perhaps not so much the pace he's going at, it's the composure as he releases the dart that's an issue?
Exactly that. It's just that preparation. It's as if he's letting go of the dart before he's
95.
getting
Alec
ready.
require
There. But, he could shut me
170.
up big style here by getting this 170.
Does are still waiting for his first fish in the
58,
commentary box.
I've got a max ticked off and that's it.
We'll play does a commentary bingo over the next couple of days.
125. Alec,
Fantastic setup there for Jamie. Puts all the pressure in the world for Alec. Wow.
20.
That is an absolute. That reminds me of the Gary Anderson
Jamie
one. Remember the Keegan
24.
Brown game? I don't think any board, but Jamie for 24.
Can he take full advantage,
Game's
JK?
on the
Yes, he
third
can.
leg.
It sneaks into
Jamie
the bottom
Kelling.
left-hand corner, and so Kelling takes the lead at 2-1. And I just wonder how Alec Small
Well,
is going
Alex
to
throw first.
react to that. He's going to have to put it to the back of his mind.
I was surprised when he went for the 19.
60.
I'm just trying to work out, but you know, because 1-1-2 was such a traditional finish of starting the treble 20. But yeah, that's super frustrating when you throw a dart and both fall out. He'll be
85.
sharpening his darts when he gets back to the practice room, that's for sure.
60.
That's another frustrating thing when you throw 3 great darts just above that treble 20 and you only hear the shout of 60.
140.
So close to the first max of the game. But I am
39.
enjoying the dulcet tones of Owen Binks there on the MC. He's doing a fantastic job and very rarely makes a mistake, if ever. So no doubt the way I've been going this morning, he'd probably miscount here.
121.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Owen.
In fairness, that was one of the easy ones.
60.
I'll take it right
Game
now. I'll take it.
155.
155 for 3-1. And it would be for a break of throw. He's got 6 from here, Kelling.
Exactly. I think you'd be just looking at setting up now. 1 treble will be acceptable. He'd be over the moon with that right
97.
now.
You know what Alec can do is apply pressure, but treble 5s won't help him in that cause, and so Kelling will return for 58.
92. Jamie required
Go
58.
too clear.
Don't miss the big single.
Tops it is, and he's
on the fourth
recovered
leg.
that well. He's rescued
Jamie
it well.
Kelling.
Has Jamie Kelling, and he opens up a 3-1 lead over Alec Small, and now he has the opportunity to throw for the
Look, it's
match and
Jamie
throw
to
for a
throw first.
4-1 victory.
Game on.
And it'd be his second victory of the week against Alec Small. Small won the first 2 meetings on Monday and Tuesday. The first one 4-1, the second one 4-3. Kelling won yesterday's battle between the
100.
pair by 4 legs to 2 in a match which isn't actually too dissimilar to this.
96.
I'm really pleased with the way Jamie's playing. I understood he had a shoulder injury last year, which sort of hindered his sort of progress in dart a little bit. But looks very
95.
fluent. He's looking really confident right now. It's warmer than I thought in there. There's the first maximum of the game there, and that's
180.
exactly what Alex got in his locker. Yeah, it's been really interesting to see that. But Jamie be feeling good. Back on the treble 20
58.
bed there. Sloppy. Very, very sloppy.
And he's handed the
31.
initiative back to Kelling here as a result of that 31. He could have put himself in a position to get a break back to make it 3-2. But here comes Kelling. Here comes Kelling.
180.
And Small's here for the taking. JK's going to return for 68 for the match
80.
for a
Jamie requires
4-1 win.
68.
The bull.
43.
It wasn't far
Running with
away, and Small needs
140.
something inspired here.
He needs a treble. He needs a treble 18. That's a really disappointing finish
54.
after the
Jamie
maximum
required
there for Alec.
25.
25, a finish we all love. Double 8 for the match. Lovely marker.
17.
But
Alec,
too
it
far
requires
across, and
60.
so Alec Small now back for 60 for 3-2. And to keep his hopes alive.
20.
He misses 2
Jamie
darts, and Kelling
require
will return
8.
once again for the match, this time double 4.
It's been the tail of the tape so far, missed doubles, but that
Game
for the
shot on the match.
Jamie Kelling takes that
Jamie
game 4-1.
Kelling.
And so Jamie Kelling gets a 4-1 victory against Alec Small. It's he who gets his campaign off to a flying start with an average of 86.1. 1 maximum to his name, 1 max apiece in that particular match. 4 from 11 on the doubles, but it was the fact that he outscored Alec Small, which is the reason why he was a victor in that one. As you can see, a 10-point disparity in the averages there. So JK off the mark with a win. When we return after the break, we're going to see Stefan Bellmont and Arron Monk return to the hockey.
morning and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Jamie Kelling get off to a great start in Group C, a 4-1 win for him over Alec Small, the highest average we've seen this morning too, just in excess of 86. His finishing has been a big strength all week really, hasn't it? Not so much in that game. That's been the tail of the tape this morning for all players involved. Just 4 out of 11 for Kelling on the outer ring in that one. But our attention's now turned to the fourth game of the morning, and it's two players who got off to winning starts this morning in Stefan Bellmont and Arron Monk. Stefan Bellmont, as we can see on screen now, reeling in the big fish yesterday in his match against Nathan Girvan. Belmont as well, with a cracking 1-1-6 finish in his opening match this morning. Monk completing a convincing victory, of course, over Kurt Parry in his first match of the day. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Let's rejoin the chaps in commentary.
Thank you very much, Abby. So we see the return of Messrs Belmont and Monk, two victors in the opening round of fixtures. But who is going to go top of the group and make it 2 out of 2 here on the opening day of Group C? Belmont beat Lee Cox in a decider 4-3. Monk beating Parry 4-1, both with similar averages as well, both averaging 81 in those opening victories. So if that's anything to go by, Glenn, we should have a close one.
Definitely, I think Aaron's walking around with a real strut. I think he's the peacock in that room, if you ask me. But there's something about Stefan. Like I said, he's just he's definitely progressing through the week. He seemed really relaxed when I was talking to him. Yeah, and this has the makings of a wonderful match.
Certainly be a clash of different tempers, as you say. Aaron likes to let people know how he's feeling, while Stefan will just take everything as it comes.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around that.
Hey,
double
first against
17
Stefan
double
to throw
tops. I don't know how
first.
you're supposed to commentate on that,
Game
I'll
on.
never know. But like I said, life is about characters as well, and that's exactly what you're going to get with Aaron.
That's what people love to see on the Super Series or anywhere where we watch darts around the world. And to make this sport popular, and make this product popular, we need people like Aaron around.
Absolutely. And Stefan is just straight down the line. His scoring in the first game was tremendous. It was his doubling, which was really poor. So he'll be looking to, hopefully he's gone backstage and you know, put that right.
4 out of 20 on the outer ring in that victory against Lee in the opening game of the session.
100.
He's just very solid. He doesn't play around with a board. You don't see him go for treble 19s much. That's a great start from both players.
140.
Both got out the traps really well here. Runs for treble 17.
Yeah, I asked him for a 170 finish in the next game, just like he did yesterday. He set that up nicely just for me, that.
What can Aaron set up in return? Now, the way that his barrels are, he's not going to see much of that treble bed. But he does well to find it with the last dart. Can we get the fish, Glenn?
He promised me. He promised me. Stefan.
80 scored, yep.
I think you'll be looking at either bullseye or treble 18 here.
81, Aaron, you're 124.
Yes. Thank you, Stefan.
Treble 18. We're left of a dart at the bullseye, so Belmont, because he slipped into the single one, leads 89.
You require 89.
So is he going to be bringing the bullseye into this first leg? Bullseye!
64. Aaron, you require 68.
So 68 for Monk. Double 4.
Game on the first leg.
Confident finish, the way
Arron
he took
Monk.
it out.
Look at the reaction as well. I absolutely love that, Henry. Just go on, give it that. Let your opponent know
Arron
that
to
hurts.
throw first.
You've had a dart,
Game
so
on.
what? Bang, take that.
If he does qualify for Saturday night, it's not going to be quiet in here.
I would make him one of the favourites. I think with the crowd, Arron will be very,
100.
very difficult to beat. And that was my immediate thoughts when I walked into the venue, because it's very intimidating. The crowd will be right on top of you. And if it gets rowdy in there, it could be a wonderful atmosphere.
140.
And you can join us for the Saturday night darty party. Tickets available via dartshop.tv, and they are free of charge as well. I can't think of anything better, Glenn, than a free Saturday night at the darts.
It sounds good to me, and like I said, the venue's great. Yeah, they'll have a fantastic time. So get yourself down. You'll love it.
48.
Well, that's a rare slip in this match. It's been a quality start from the pair.
What's interesting sat here is I'm seeing the averages change per dart.
50.
It's incredible how they were both averaging so well into the hundreds there. How one bad throw can have an implication on what your average is out. He cannot miss here.
180.
Honestly, invite me back, please. I'll be fine, But that's great darts there.
Dustin's got a prediction right, folks.
Yeah. The first and only one.
99.
And the spotter is not getting the credit for that.
1-3-3 for Belmont to lower us up. It'd be for the second breaker throw in consecutive legs.
Big 13 or a 17?
93.
Beautifully set up. So Monk needs this 160. And my word, you get a reaction if this goes. I think the barrel at first start actually knocked it out the treble dead.
I think we all fancied that there, didn't we? But this is where you see he hasn't been great on the doubles today. So he's his opportunity to put this right.
30.
That's 4 from 24 today on the outer ring for Stefan Belmont. And so Monk returns to 60. Tops to 2-0. To take full command of this match.
Arron Monk.
And despite the scoring brilliance for Stefan Belmont, he hasn't been able to take out the finishes. And that was kind of the story in the first game, despite getting over the line against Lee Cox. And Arron Monk looks as if he's going to be the player to set the stall out today.
Absolutely, Henry. He got away with it against Lee. But I can't see him getting away with it against someone like Arron. But his scoring is just phenomenal. It's he's probably scoring as well as anybody is today. And you can see by his three-dart average there, he's over 100. But with a 0% checkout rate, which is just simply not good enough when you're playing someone with a calibre of Arron Monk.
Now in contrast, it's 2 from 2.
100.
He continues to impress on that treble bed, that's for sure.
And perhaps for the first time in this match, he's actually got a little bit of daylight in the leg. Arron's not kicked off well here, 44 followed by 45.
I'd be really keen to speak with Stefan afterwards. When you've had a first game like you did against Lee, the doubles aren't going. What do you do when you go backstage? Because, he just looks, for me, it just looks like someone who practices solely on that treble 20 because it's effortless for him. It's ton 40. You're not going to be winning games if you can't hit that double.
Well, it'd be ironic if he takes out the 161. Doesn't have to go for it.
97.
It's a beautiful setup. Arron can't do an awful lot. We're talking Arron. I'm looking for treble 20 there, but we are talking Arron Monk here.
123.
Architectural spotter's nightmare. 64 then, to bring it back to 2-1. Another one of them. Leaves the double. But it's more missed doubles for Stefan Belmont, and Monk returns to the 149.
A wonderful setup. If you're talking about pressure, 16. That's it exactly there. But Stefan needs double 8 to get back into this game. But the way that's 0 from 5 now.
Game shot in the third.
Stefan puts him back into the game now, 2-1, because Arron was looking like he was going to be running away with this match. Had you missed that double 8 there? That sets it up now for an intriguing next couple of legs.
But if you're Arron, you know that if you can just up the score in the way you are in the finishes, your opponent's having to take time and take multiple visits to get over the line in legs.
I would say with most people, yes. But with Arron, I just think he probably doesn't even realise how he's playing right now. He looks really focused. He plays his own game. Just look at his eyes when he throws them darts. The eyes on the prize. So with most people, I think there would be the concerns. With Arron, I think none.
he just plays the ball, and whoever he plays is irrelevant.
And I really like that about someone. He's someone who puts the
100.
headphones on in practice. You know, it's not that he's not speaking to people. I mean, what I would say about Arron Monk is the only one who verbally outshone Michael van Gerwen, because Michael can be have such a
60.
big impression when he's in that Pro Tour room, but not with Arron. I've seen it many times where verbally, you know, the verbal sparring Arron won. He's very, very focused.
58.
One of his strengths for sure.
Well, this fourth leg is still up in the offing if Belmont could have got another one of his big scores, but it is advantage Monk.
Yes, scoring boots are not being filled right here.
44.
Yeah, he's gone somewhere. This is totally unexpected 9 darts there from Stefan, who has been unbelievable around that treble 20 bed.
91.
I suppose this is the issue, and there's one area of your game that's really good and one that's lacking. If the one good area just suddenly starts to drop, then you're in a bit of trouble, whereas Arron's flatlined here around about that 93 base throughout the match.
140.
Absolutely. Great assessment, great analogy, really. And it's Arron's to lose here, yeah? 99 with 2 darts. 39 left, but I can't predict anything which Arron will go for.
127.
I was looking at double 13 there to leave double. He's lost his scoring power in this leg, so it's severe advantage now to
74.
Arron.
Arron, you
To
require
put him in
32.
a very unassailable lead, would you say?
Certainly make him comfortable.
Game
He'll
shot
feel
the
comfortable.
fourth
He
leg.
does feel
Arron
comfortable
Monk.
on this stage. It's where he feels he belongs, and he's starting in a vein that is proving that just right. He's 3-1 up here,
Look
and
at
Stefan
Stefan to
Bellmont
throw
with the
first.
darts in leg 5 has to hold to stay in the match.
Like I said, everyone was really nice to me backstage. Arron just walked up to me and said, I'm going to win this today.
140.
Love the confidence.
If he does, then he might as well do our job for
29.
us.
Yes, blame the hand there, Arron, blame the hand. It wasn't you. It's the tools. Oh, throws a lovely solid dart, Henry, doesn't he? Look at that. I mean,
140.
they are beautiful darts. He's really impressed me in the scoring stakes.
And nothing changes about his throw at all. Every dart is released the same, isn't it?
Very
97.
methodical away he walks to and from the hockey as well. I mean, he's a big lad, you know, so, and it's a lot warmer than I thought in there. So anyone who's watching, thinking it's quite early in the morning to be playing darts, it's the setups is great. You know,
100.
it's nice and warm in there and conducive to great darts.
He's himself on 1-2-1 after
92.
9.
Stefan, you require 121.
You would think there's only one winner of this leg, but like I said, the way he's been finishing, you know, it's not over.
Triple 20, he was looking forward to leave double 18 there.
105.
That's a lovely last dart there. Stefan's to lose now, that's for sure.
81.
He's got 6,
Stefan,
even
you
9
require
darted here.
16.
So eyes on the prize, Stefan.
Two fours.
12.
And now this is a danger. He's gone inside twice, and now he's down for double 2. And despite having the luxury of time, a big score here for Monk, and the leg completely changes.
That's exactly what he's done there, Henry.
140.
He set that up nicely
Stefan,
at
you
double 2.
require 4.
No dart player likes this because already you're thinking of the madhouse.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
But he
Stefan
gets there in the
Belmont.
end. A 16 dart leg for Stefan Bellmont. He's still in the game at 3-2. However, Arron Monk has the darts
See,
at the
it's
start
Arron to
of the
throw
6th to
first.
seal a 4-2 victory, to go 2 from 2 after victory against Parry in game 2 of the day.
83.
You're just looking for one treble, but the treble one there was just the weakness there. He needs a 140 here, Stefan, to really put pressure on Arron right now.
Belmont's thrown 31
60.
darts at double today. He's converted just 6 of them.
Not acceptable. And that's something he's got to go back on and improve on. Because you don't get them chances. He got
100.
away with it. He was lucky against Lee Cox, really. Probably Lee's sort of lack of confidence in the end, getting over the winning line. But, you know, Arron's a different beast.
140.
So when you're 3-2 up, you're going up there and all you're thinking, just give me 15 darts, make the opponent at 12 darter to beat me. So I'm sure that was Arron's philosophy as he walked on that first dart there. But it's wide open here. A big score here from Stefan.
Well, he's from Switzerland, Stefan Belmont, and he's kind of tobogganing a little bit today. He's getting himself down onto the doubles a bit, but he's going a bit flat when he's getting there.
That's a little bit cheesy for a Swiss joke.
Yep, we've started.
I'm turning into Matt Edgar already, aren't I?
61.
It is. It's advantage Stefan here. So the 1-6-1, he's got to do this in sort of 6 darts. I would use the bullseye here.
65.
That leaves him a 2 darter there. Arron now has to be looking. He's got to, win this game in 6 darts now. And he needs a treble.
60.
And it really is advantage Belmont now.
Require 96.
And the way his doubles have been, it's absolutely no surprise if he does this in 2 darts.
Decided to stay there. You didn't think he'd go double-double there because of the way he likes to finish the legs off. He's very traditional in that department.
And also the fact Arron being on 144.
Another one of them. No, he's decided to go downstairs again.
80.
He's not changing the MO, is he?
Stefan, you require 40.
And has that presented Belmont the opportunity for the break for 3-3? Arron Monk cannot look. He best not. He'll hear the call for Rowan Binks okay, though. And we go all the way to a deciding leg where Stefan, importantly, will have the darts.
7th and final leg.
I did call a 4-3, didn't I? So that's 2 things I've got right today. But Arron, come on, double 17. What's that all about? That treble 20 was so sweet, the treble 20. I was already ready to call out that 1-4-4 finish. But this is what we want. I love these deciders.
60.
Let's see what you're both made of.
Is that the difference between watching Arron Monk as a maverick player we enjoy seeing and then just being sensible at the right time?
Because I'm boring, does it? Of course, I would try and implement that in anyone who spoke to me. But Arron's my favourite player out of these 6. He's just, you can't take your eyes off him. Just watching him when Stefan was going for the double for, to make it 3-3, he had his head on his hands. That's, they're the mavericks. They're the characters. And, I'm a big fan of the lad. But, who am I to say to not go for double 17? It worked for him last leg. And sometimes when you're on that hockey, Henry, your brain does certain things because I tell you that treble 20 was the shot.
When it cost him the game, we're about to find out over the next 9 to 12 darts or so.
And this is so reminiscent of the Cox game because at 3 each, they both struggled on the scoring and Stefan just sort of stepped up a little bit. So
129.
That's too great. And he's been great on treble 19 as Arron, and that brings him back into the leg.
$41.
I would like to be in the practice room if Arron does lose this game here. So be interesting, but that's a good dart there. Thank you.
121.
Well recovered, but because not just that, the second dart wouldn't have been a help because of the barrel.
But Stefan's been great on his scoring, which is great. But it's when you're 3 each and you want 200. This is when you want your two trebles.
58.
And 58 there just sort of says to me, that's what it's all about. When you're 3 each, when that matches on.
Treble 19 leads in double 16 for the match. And this leg he does get a match start, but it doesn't go. But this would be some way to win it for Stefan Belmont. If he can convert the 1-4-2 to convert his second victory of the day, it's not going to happen. And so Monk will return for double 16.
100. Arron, you require 32.
Will the practice room still be in place? That's the only question I've got to ask myself. Double 16 for the match.
No score.
All well-thrown darts as well, weren't they?
So great darts, but I've just sent a message to the practice room. Get out there, boys.
42.
Arron will be about 2 seconds. But this is what it's about. Wouldn't this just tell a story where you barely hit a double all day and you've got double 2 darts in your hand for double 60? This is what you practice for. This is when you rely on your throw, your repetition. This is what you're all about.
26.
For those moments, but it's more missed. Match darts for Stefan Belmont.
Arron, you require 32.
Is it going to cost him now as Monk returns for 3 more at double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
it sneaks
match.
in, and Arron Monk
Arron
gets
Monk.
through by 4 legs to 3 against Stefan Bellmont. A sporting handshake at the end. Both players will be frustrated with their finishing following the conclusion of that one. Let's have a look then at the stats. 86.41 for Monk, 4 from 10 on the doubles. For Stefan Belmont, 3 from 15 on the outer ring. That's not going to cut it at this level, despite the really, really good scoring. He's going to have to work on that as the day goes on, and no doubt, I'm sure he will. We're going to take a short break from 2 players who won their opening game of the day to 2 players still searching for their first win, as Alec Small takes on Lee Cox.
Hello and welcome back to day 4 of week 9 here at the Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Arron Monk come through a last leg decider to get his second victory of the day. A bit of double trouble at the end of that one, but as we can see the stats on the screen, both averaging around the 86 mark. Stefan Bellmont again scoring so heavily for the best part of that one. That's what kept the contest competitive really and helped him force a last leg decider from 3-1 down, but his finishing again letting him down. Arron Monk, despite a few missed match darts in that one, getting over the line. That's his second victory of the morning. Of course, he looks so comfortable on that stage, doesn't he? Next up, we've got Alec Small back in action. He's already taken out a few big finishes this week, as we can see here, him taking out the 1-4-2 yesterday. I think we can see that. No, we can't. You can just see me. I'm not a 1-4-2 finish, but anyway, he has. They'll both need to be more clinical at the back end of legs than they were in their opening matches. That is for sure. So up next, we have Small Cox. Over to you two. I wasn't talking about you in the commentary box with that comment. That's just who we've got up next, Small Cox.
Abby, I think that's the one segue in the world I can't really respond to.
Well, I'm in total shock. I knew my jeans were tight, but I'll put me slacks on tomorrow. I can't believe I didn't pick that up myself anyway. Yeah, I'll have to be very, very careful on this one. As if I wasn't nervous enough.
Graphics department will have fun in this game.
Definitely. But on a serious note, both players sort of really need a confidence boost. I mean, I knew coming
Alex
into
to throw
this
first.
Super Series
Game
that
on.
Lee was using this as a platform to get some confidence back. But you know, Alex has had a difficult but a learning week, and a win here would be a big bonus for both players.
Because you don't want to go 0 from 2 after your first 2 games
45.
already, even in a short format as it is in this type of group you're chasing.
Absolutely, and especially for Lee. I mean,
96.
I mean, Danny, I'll be sure that you don't have to be at the top of the group throughout them, open couple of days. But when it gets to the Thursday, it's more cutthroat now, and each win is sort of doubly important.
100.
What would you say would be a points figure following the end of today that would make you competitive and give you a chance of getting in the top 2 tomorrow?
162.
Win 3, lose 2 would be your benchmark. Win 4 is very happy. Win 5 is a brilliant day for you. But I did enjoy Monday when it was 3-2, 2-3. It was a great day, set up very, very nicely for the next day. But if I was a dart player there, win 3, lose 2.
Well, I've already seen Alex Small convert the 1-4-6.
And this is the Alec Small that won the Champion of Champions. This is a great leg for him. Will he be going 12 tops, or will he be going for 20 double 16, do you think? You've seen him a lot more than I have.
I'm going to say he likes the double 16 segment, and that is why.
Small.
And you know, that's the Alec Small that I've seen. Yeah, that's the Alec Small that probably a lot of people won't have seen. I just see that he's got that in his game. He's got that in his armour. He's a terrific talent, actually. He just probably needs someone in his corner, a little bit of a mentor, just to sort of focus on what I see are his negatives. But the positives totally outweigh. I mean, that's a phenomenal first start.
97.
He has the game.
I think he prefers that side of the board around the 16s to 10s, that sort of region, because he throws quick. There's a tendency that he can pull the darts on top, so he can drag low a lot.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
60.
But he's looking good. I think he'd be fancying his chances in this game. I was talking to Lee this morning. He got the training, and he said, this is a real opportunity. But that first game, that's a kick in the stomach when it was a game he had. It was his to lose.
100.
And Stefan really come from nowhere to win the 4-3 in the end. So this makes this game even more difficult.
137.
Because as you say, obviously, we've had all that excitement, all of those nerves that go into this, and obviously he's played that game and lost, but then he's got to get himself back up again quite quickly.
That's a TV, players' lounge in there. When I went in there, everything just reminds me of whether it's at the match play on the night. Everything was exactly the same in there.
100. You require 101.
So Cox wants 101. 9. Well, he's missed a big number,
Once
Glenn.
again, this has just been indicative of the whole day, really. And you know, when you're talking frustration, there's nothing worse than missing a big number on a 3-figure finish.
85. Alec require 110.
But what another kick in the stomach this would be.
It still happen. Treble 19 needed for the requisite
54.
double, and
He
so
requires
Cox returns
16.
for double 8.
Game
And he
shot in the
needed that.
second
And
leg.
sometimes when it's so
Lee
close to that
Cox.
double 16 as well, you breathe a huge sigh of relief. And who's that? Who's that? Is that
It's
Cox
Alec
Small?
to throw first.
This is why I get left
81.
in the commentary gantry. Face for radio, Glenn.
Yeah, but as you can see, it's one leg each. But look at the difference in the averages, and that's why I get so frustrated when a lot of the younger players
58.
have this obsession with averages. You know, there's nearly 20 points difference, but the game is level, and that's what you should focus on.
98.
Learn to win the game. The averages will come after that.
Because it doesn't matter what your average is if you keep winning matches and winning tournaments. Look at James Wade for an example.
He's classic at it. Yeah, absolutely classic. for it.
136.
I would even like to think in me pomp that was part of my DNA. You know, it's tough to beat, tough match player. I mean, that is just natural brilliance
180.
there. That 180 there is just replicating that, Alec. That's what you need to do now, because that was phenomenal.
Averaging 103.03.
59.
And I knew we had this in the locker. You know,
142.
just it might be this best of 3 thing, which is so comfortable, and then it gets a little bit tougher after that.
102.
Great board management, good thinking, even from the first start there, and it's set that up very, very nicely.
And Cox all the way back on 248. So Small has the luxury of time here, and his average
79. Alec requires 40.
is, well, it's just under 30 points above what it was in the last game.
Game
That's
shot on the
how
third
much
leg.
he's improved
Alec
in such
Small.
a short space of time. Alec Small leading by 2 legs to 1 with an average on a ton. And this is a really good performance. The performance of the day thus
Lee
far.
to throw first.
What
100.
does Lee have to do here, do you think, to get back in the match?
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly that myself. I was just sort of looking at his body language. I mean, that's a real catalyst for him when your opponent scores 9. And he started off with a steady ton there, and he's straight back in the treble. So, but when things aren't going right for you, you know, that second dart there was a big deflection off the first into the 1. When you're playing well or you're winning, sometimes they'll deflect in the treble
28.
20. But Alec's is virtually giving him this leg. A terrible start from the young lad.
Felt like a bit of a snatch in there. Although this is a bit better from Cox.
140.
I'm most fascinated by
81.
nicknames.
They require 143.
Where do you think Lee Cox got the nickname Coxie from? This commentary sounds more like a carry-on film, doesn't it, at the moment? So it's
87.
Enjoying it, Glenn?
absolutely loving it. I'm beginning to get settled now. And, you know, Lee's done exactly what he needed to
43.
here.
Lee required 56.
A 14, 15 dart will really settle him down. But today's been all about this outer ring.
Game shot on the
That's
fourth
exactly
leg.
what you need
Lee
to do.
Cox.
And look at the difference in the averages. What did we say? 20, 30 points difference. And now they're on an absolute parallel there, both round about the 87, 86
Alex to
mark.
throw first.
And it's that best of three now. Do you think Alex will be thinking champion of champions? I know I would be.
97.
Think about what makes you feel the most comfortable and ready to succeed. And interestingly, when we have a look at the averages again, Alex Small was around about the time. He's moved down to 88. Lee Cox hasn't really moved too much, so Small's moving down to Cox's range.
140.
For me, Alex got gears. And I think that's the difference between him. And I think Lee is a real solid ton 40. Alex got that up. He's got them gears to go 180, 180, and suddenly average 120.
100.
But this is what dart's all about, you know. It's getting two people who are totally different types of players together, and the difference is
52.
he'll go 180 then 52. You know, that's the big difference with someone like Alec.
I suppose for a lot of players who play in this tournament, it's about finding that extra level of consistency that then given the
100.
best opportunity to go on and win tour cards and win big events at amateur level.
And when you're talking opportunity, sometimes it's the fine lines as well. And
85.
Lee was on 305 there. His first start really should have been on the 18s. You know, give yourself maximum opportunity to get down to that finish.
97. Alec, we're going 127.
127 here for Alec Small. We'll go downstairs. The bullseye.
102.
Would have been 127 in game.
108.
I tell you, I shouldn't be giving all the trade secrets away, but our spotter should be the commentator because he nearly called that.
What a job, Glenn, still.
68. Alec, you require 25.
Damon Hetter and Dimitri Vandenberg practice on the finish at 25 daily.
No score.
25, 25,
You require
25.
40.
It's amazing how many times you want that 25 finish at the end.
I assume that he went for tops there, Lee Cox.
Game
What
on
an
the
incredible
fifth
leg
lap.
of darts there.
Lee
What an
Cox.
incredible game. For me, Alex being the front runner all the way, but it's Lee Cox that leads 3-2. And with a break of throw,
It's Lee to throw
it's his
first.
darts
Game
now.
on.
Once again, he'd just be thinking, come on, Lee, 15 darter, please.
Cox on top.
100. $59.
Well, I never once thought Lee was going to win this game for 4.5 legs, but now he's a huge favourite. And again, he'd be really happy with that one. So many players are dropping low on that first start and staying
100.
on that treble 20. I noticed Stefan's done it an awful lot today, but you can't ask for much more than that 301 after 6.
124.
Alec is really chasing now.
It forces the issue of your opponent.
I just feel like Lee's going to score 100 every time he goes, whereas Alec, he's got that
60.
180 potential every time. For me, that's the big difference.
100.
So inconsistent.
Did those 3 darts actually sum up Alec Small a little bit?
Yeah, it's just so inconsistent. It's great to watch. It's great to watch. It wouldn't surprise me if he bangs in
60.
110, 115 average today, but it wouldn't surprise me if he averaged 70. I just think that's the thing he has to work on. But he's a young lad and he's got all the time in the world. I'd love a chat with him.
And as Moreno Bloom said last week, this is work experience. This is the place where, of course, there's big money at stake, but you can learn to make mistakes. So that is excellent from Lee Cox. The 145 to leave him on 36, and the 122's got to go.
This is a must finish now.
$54. Lee required 36.
And so Cox wants double 18.
18. Alec
Just
requires
inside, so Small
68.
returns to 68 for 3 apiece.
Alec put his darts away there, I noticed. Double 16.
36. Lee require
So
18.
double 9, 18 for the match. Feels confident enough to go the 2 ways there. So it's double 8 for the game. A game he never looked like winning.
2. Alec, you require 32.
So Alec Small has another chance at double 16
Game's
to
on the
take
sixth
us the
leg.
distance
Alec Small.
once again for the 3rd time today in 5 matches.
They are making me work, that's for sure, aren't they? But
7th and final leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Alec to go first now, and this is the lad who I thought was going to win the game when they first started now.
57.
Lee's never given it. Lee just seems like he's struggling just to get over that winning line. I can just sense, I can just smell that lack of confidence that he has, and I'm really cheating him on here to try and just get over that
100.
winning line. I think it just do him the world of good, but you can just feel it with him.
Just getting that one win
100.
is so important.
And just because I know the story about him chatting with him this morning, that this is like a platform, this is to try and get his confidence, but you can't ask for a much better dart than that, but he has to follow that up.
100.
Maybe 100 is just not good enough.
I think a lot depends on this visit, doesn't it? And that's a
89.
good last dart.
What he could do with, I mean, he's a county stalwart, Lee, the London captain. What he could do with his all them London supporters, what you do with county, be getting him behind him now, I think that would really lift him. But he's on his own up there, and he's
131.
doing mighty fine with them 3 darts.
Maybe, Glenn, it could be the fish for the match.
I'm not asking for a 9 darter, chaps, just a
Lee require
170 finish.
170.
I've got all my words written down here. Go on, Lee, would you do it? Story of my life, Lee.
80. Alec require 150.
3 bulls.
71.
70 with treble 13.
92. Lee require 90.
This is an exciting finish. This is what we call the old nitty-gritty stage. What a dart.
Game shot.
An excellent last start, which seals victory for Lee
Cox.
Cox in that match by 4 legs to 3. Alec Small had his opportunities. He couldn't take her. So Lee Cox gets over the line with an average of 84.5, 4 from 13 on the doubles. Alec Small hitting the only maximum of the match, but it is victory for Lee Cox by 4 legs to 3 against Alec Small. We're going to take a short break. Glenn Dunlap's going to make the run up to the balcony as Kurt Parry takes on Jamie Kelling.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Lee Cox come through a last leg decider, winning the battle of the small cocks there, a 4-3 victory. Glenn Durrance joined me. You were on comms for that one. I did throw you under the bus slightly at the beginning of the match, but let's just talk about that match, because for Alec Small, that really is a sickener, isn't it? It's indicative of what we've seen from him all week, really. There are spells of that heavy scoring, that natural rhythm, but just not consistent enough.
I really like him. I really like Alec Small, and before I go, I must have a little chat with him because he has the talent. He's the game's there. It just maybe just his composure and things like that, and just maybe the mindset. Maybe his preparation, but he's a talented young boy.
And you mentioned the mindset there. We're going to put the table up on the screen, but after a game like that, you can see he's one of 2 players left on 0 points. But when you lose a game like that and then the turnaround is so quick, it must be so difficult to pick yourself up.
And especially on the Thursday as well, where you know it's a little bit more cutthroat now. Each point is sort of doubly compared to when he had that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And, you know, games he could have won. Games he could have won and should have won. So he will be disappointed in that practice room for sure.
Absolutely. And we've got Jamie Kelling up next, who is quite interesting, actually, because throughout Group A's action, we can see there he takes out a 96, a crucial 96, to get the win over Girvan. But in the first match of the day, it was actually his scoring that was a strength for him.
Yeah, again, in preparation of coming, his his strength for me was his finishing. But I think it's been quite indicative of the whole day, really. People aren't sort of getting that outer ring like everyone's peppering that treble 20, that's for sure. The scoring's been great. And for me, the winner could come as the one who really starts hitting them doubles.
Absolutely. I think we all agree on that one. So let's get into this next one then. It is Parry against Kelling. He's going to head back down to the commentary box to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby, and what a job Glenn is doing as well in the commentary box here at the Super Series. Well, Jamie Kelling, who beat Alec Small by 4-1 in his opening match, takes on Kurt Parry. He's looking to respond to a 4-1 defeat when he lost to Arron Monk in his opener. JK, we saw on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday here at the Super Series. He actually finished 4th in Group A. He was the top player in the bottom half of the group as a gap became apparent during the early week's action. Averaged 83.94 over those 3 days. And the least amount of 180s and least amount of ton pluses, but had one of the best checkout ratios in the group at 39%.
Game on.
And that became apparent in that victory against Small. Average of 86.1 and 4 from 11 on the outer ring. What we're going to see from this one is Parry takes on Kelling. Parry actually averaged 86 himself, but lost out to Monk in his opener. So based on first games today, this should be an evenly matched affair, Glenn.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been my answer if you'd have asked me. I like the throws above. I mean, great timing there, but, you know, Kurt's throw is absolutely beautiful. For me, Kelling's his finishing is really good, and of what I've watched from him so far, very likeable person is Jamie. Yeah, once again, all the makings of another great match.
58.
And we've seen some drama today already. 5 games played, 3 of them going the distance, but none involving these two.
45.
Yes, they're making us work today, aren't they? But, you know, it's exactly what we want, and that's exactly what the viewers want. And, you know, people who are having, you know, spending some money as well watching these games, it's exactly what we want.
Of course, if you're eyes 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
95.
Shanghai for Kurt. And he throws just the most beautiful straight dart. So I'm guessing he would have fancied that, but that's 3 good darts. Jamie's not in this leg really, but that dart can make a difference.
139.
Job done.
Just forces the issue is
60.
You just sort the carpet out.
That sometimes can help, honestly. Sometimes that can just take away too much focus.
Double 10. For the opening leg for Kurt Parry.
Kurt Parry.
No carpet, no problem for Parry. So he gets himself in front.
Second against Jamie to throw
kick that carpet once again. Yeah, I like the way his darts sit up. Plays for Hampshire County.
100.
He's been picked again, but in the B team, so I don't know if it's because he's not been playing or whatever, but yeah, he has all the capabilities of being a top-class county player as Jamie.
I believe Arron's in the B team as well. Hampshire really is becoming one of the true hotbeds, isn't it, of darts?
I looked at the squad. I'm a good friend of Gary Stafford as well, who sort of helped me a little bit about knowledge of Jamie. And when I was looking at the squad, even he's in the B as well. So, yeah, they look very, very tough.
100.
You could probably put the 2 Hampshire teams in an exhibition and you would sell some good tickets.
Yeah, obviously when I come down this neck of the woods, it always reminds me of Chelsea, and I've met so many players that from the Hampshire area.
140.
When we played at Chelsea, it was always very, very good to me there. So I knew it's a real hotbed, just like where I'm from, the northeast. It's when you're winning games against people from Newcastle, Sunderland, Middlesbrough, Yorkshire, Scotland, bottom of Scotland. It's a real hotbed, and you get that sense as well when you're down here.
Should bring that Palmo down.
I ate it on the way. It was a long journey. So, yeah, I tried. But I got halfway down and, yeah, I had to stop.
140.
That's the one thing about these being 4 days
156.
away. I think it's the first time in a long time I've gone 4 days without the Palmer.
60.
So to get back into this
Jamie
match,
requires 60.
Jamie, can he replicate the 60 finish of Kurt? That's a fine marker.
Game shot on the second leg.
Absolutely
Jamie
sits
Kelling.
nicely and makes the game 1 each. Exactly what this game deserves as we go into the third leg.
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
2 holds
Game on.
in the opening 2 legs, and not really much to separate the players at all. Evenly matched this, and even the high checkouts are the
60.
same. The checkout percentages are the same. Anymore, they'll be level.
I think we did say it was a bit of a toss of a coin this game, didn't we? So it's opened up exactly like we sort of. And can someone have that sprint now? Can someone have that extra gear now to take the game forward? But I'm a big fan of looking at someone's eyes when they're playing, the real focus in the games. And for me, Kurt's just got that right now.
And it doesn't look as if he lets a bad visit either get on top of him.
And what a fantastic attribute to have as well. There's nothing worse than people shaking their heads and whatever. But again, another lovely. He's looking really good at this point, and both lads doing absolutely fine here.
140.
This one coming up to the boil at the halfway point, both on 201.
And this is what match play darts is all about.
59.
The odd dart here and there being the difference between 2 players. Played at a lovely pace. They both seem to be enjoying playing against each other.
100. Go, 142.
That treble could be absolutely crucial for Kelling because Parry's back on 142, decides to start downstairs on the 17s.
That seems to be the go-to for 142 for many players these days. I think my treble 20, double 11 is out the window these days.
49. Go, you require 80.
This is what it's about. This is what we call the clutch finish in the 80s, the 60s. This is win or leg a match.
40.
And as you can see from the overhead shot, he couldn't see much of that double top. Kelling will have a clear bed to aim at.
Game
Do
shot
you know what I
third
love
leg.
there? The way he stood
Jamie
back. So
Kelling.
I always think an exhale of breath equals confidence. I really do. And that's what I try to say to people. Just give yourself that second.
Fourth leg, it's
That's what I would
Jamie
say
to
to Alec
throw
if he was in that
first.
situation.
Game
There.
on.
Just take a quick breather and then stare that double out. And that's exactly what Jamie did, and it was plumb.
Just having a look at Kurt Parry throw. His action, I think, is very reminiscent of Michael Smith.
It's just a touch slower than
100.
Michael Smith, but it's, you know, that it is like I say, it's a fantastic attribute to have a wonderful throw. I mean, that's your fundamental of anything when you're playing a game of darts.
60.
If you can get the throw right, your grip right, and just look at that. I mean, it's just replication now. It's just you know, as Peter Wright would say, the pendulum clock, and I try to say that to so many people. The only thing that's moving is that right arm. There's no body movement. He's solid. For me, it's all Kurt is all about now. It's hard work and dedication. How much practicing are you doing? Because he's got everything there. I mean, look at that. It's just utter perfection. Utter perfection.
There's no doubt, was there, that once that first treble hit the treble 20 bed, it was only going to lead to a max.
Well, boring dozer will come out and say, yes, that's great, but it's now. It's this 161. I'd love to see him do this in 6 darts now. You know, the 180s are great, but it's all about now. He set that up absolutely beautifully. He's got to put the 56 away.
Got the opportunity to do just that, to get the break back and to bring us level at
56.
2 apiece. Tops.
Game
We'll do it nicely for Kurt Parry, and he gets the break back, and we are level at 2 apiece, and there's still no splitting this pair.
What I am enjoying is the percentage averages of the doubles.
Like it's Kurt to throw
50% for Kurt and 66% for Jamie. This is cutthroat. This is a great game, great pace. I think they're both enjoying, like I said, playing against each other, and this has been the match of the day for me so far.
Both throwing everything at each other. That's what we want to see.
100. 100.
So impressive. He's probably the one lad I didn't know as much about as the other 5 getting ready today. But I tell you what, everything I've seen, it's all positive, and it's a very likeable lad. And he's got all the tools of the trade there. Now it's just about board
60.
management. It's about getting that winning mentality, making sure that you're practicing from finishing 41 to 61, 81 to 99. It's great hitting these 180s, but it will benefit these young players so much if they start
58.
incorporating into the practice how to win a game and getting some intensity into your practice matches, pretending you're in a game.
105.
Do you think that's where having a practice partner that you see regularly helps?
Well, that's a great question. That for me, no. For me, I was
60.
always someone on my own. I had
So
the
you require
practice drills,
96.
and I used to play the invisible man, and I preferred that. So it's not necessarily that you need someone with you. It just, I guess it just depends on your mentality.
Oh, Parry needs tops.
100.
3-2, and to turn this game on its head.
Jamie's not giving him the leg, that's for sure, but this will put Kurt in a commanding position, and once again stands back, exhale a breath,
on the
and
5th
hits
leg.
the double there.
Kurt
Anyone
Parry.
watching this game, just see exactly what these do. Just give yourself that reset, miss the double, stand back, breathe, go back into
See if like
position.
it's Jamie to
nail
throw
double
first.
10.
And do you think that's a new mindset in the game? Because I think years ago people said, well, if you step back, then you've lost concentration. In fact, it's now gone the other way, where actually if you step back, it's refocusing yourself.
And maybe someone like Rob Cross sort of changed that aspect, that philosophy really. You know, the way he stands back after every double, and he was unbeatable that year. He won the world. So, and I guess I do like to stand back also. So it's just trying to teach these younger players who are just so naturally brilliant and just want to be at the dart play. Just give yourself the opportunity, put it into your practice, see if it works for you. For both of these two lads, it's been
101.
perfection. A virtuoso double performance for both lads so far.
100.
A game that's been dominated against the throw as well. Kelling on 2-3-3.
140.
Not denied, but that's a big visit from Parry just to wrestle the darts back.
This is a joy to watch this game.
140.
I said wrestle the darts back, and then Kelling reclaims it a la WrestleMania type.
42. Jamie required 93.
Sound like Paul Nicholson there.
I've never watched WWE, just to give a double 10 for Kelling to take us all the way again. But what a way this would be to win the match for Kurt Parry. Another tops.
140.
That could have been my moment there, the moment of the
Jamie
day.
required
That's unlucky,
20.
that. Well, come on, Jamie. It's been a 4-3 day, all day, so come on.
That looks awkward.
It looks very awkward. And the way them points.
Game shot on the 6th
That is a
flag.
fantastic dart.
Jamie
His dart
Kelling.
points are just so long. And the way that stood up there, I thought that was an impossibility. And he didn't move across the hockey. Another
7th and
fantastic
final against
finale
Kurt
to this
to
game.
throw first. Game on.
He's got to find a way, hasn't he, there to just almost find a way to curl it over the top of the flight.
Absolutely, and you hit that double, and then you look up and you're just praying to hear your own shout 60, and then when you look up and your first dart is plumbing the treble 20. But he's boxing. It's like a boxing fight. This, they're both hitting him with great jabs, and this has been a great game, and this is going all the way to points, and it's going to be a majority decision to somebody.
59.
It was Parry who had the opportunity to throw first in this 7th and deciding leg. Not that it's proved
58.
fruitful often in this particular contest.
He just felt there with a couple of trebles there. That was a big advantage. But Jamie's still in this game, but probably looking at he needs a minimum 1 treble 20 here. It's advantage Kurt now. Kurt's just looking to the side there. That's his reset. A little pat of his flight there. Just stare just above that treble 20. That's exactly what he's did. Follow that in. But this is what happens when it's 3 each. All of a sudden, that treble 20 that seems so big in the other legs, all of a sudden it tightens up. Your shoulder tightens up. You start thinking a little bit more. And that's why they're not hitting these 100s, 140s. And that's why your score now of 100 is so big. But Parry's in a commanding position right now, and it's his to lose.
95.
Fantastic last start on the back of the 555. Leaves himself 93. Kelling can only apply pressure, but apply pressure he does.
140. So you record
A
93.
wry smile there because of the frustration that he couldn't find that treble. That's a great dart. The 43 double top for the match.
53. Jamie
Just
record
outside, but
107.
Jamie, who didn't think he was going to have an opportunity to win this match. And he certainly, that's a killer dart.
75.
So Parry to join the
Jamie
party
record 40.
on 2 points.
Game
And Tops
shot
will
on
do
the
it
match.
nicely for
Kurt
Kurt Parry,
Parry.
who secures a 4-3 last leg victory over Jamie Kelling. A game which went one way, then the other. There was peaks and troughs throughout. An 86.66 average for Parry, 2 maximums to his name, 4 for 9 on the checkouts compared to Kelling's 3 from 7. It was an even game pretty much throughout, but it was Parry who got that final double. It's Parry who gets the point, and he joins Kelling, Cox and Belmont on 2. Alec Small, the only player now not to get off the mark in this table. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll see if Small can get his first point of his campaign up against Stefan Bellmont.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've seen 6 games so far. We've just seen Kurt Parry get his first win of the morning. It was another last leg decider, a really enjoyable game to watch, that one, coming out 4-3 victor over Jamie Kelling. We can take a little look at the match stats for that one. The tail of the tape up until that last match was missed doubles proving costly, but both were really impressive on the outer ring, especially early on in that one. You can see checkout percent success above 40% for both players. Kurt Parry 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That's how that one went. Let's take a little look at how that affects the table early on in Group C. It's Arron Monk who tops the table, having won both of his matches so far. Next up for us is Belmont against Small, as you can see. Alec Small, the only player yet to get a win on the board. Can he do it in the next match? Of course, these two players were both present in Group A, and it was Small who won 2 of the 3 contests there. Can he repeat that and get another victory over Stefan Bellmont in order to record his first victory of the day? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Abby. So Stefan looking to secure his second win of the day. Alec Small looking to be the last player to get off the mark here in Group C. And I suppose for Alec, he doesn't want to be stranded on 0 for any longer than possible.
Yeah, I never like to use the term must win, but already so early in the day. But he's smiling, he looks happy. Like I said, could be all about just, you know, experience for him. But if he wants to do some damage this week,
First, I get Stefan to throw first.
Let's remind ourselves
Game
he has
on.
to win this match.
Well, if Alec wants a bit of confidence, then the 3 meetings this week may give him just that. They've played 3 times in Group A.
140.
Alec Small won 2. Although there is a bit of a pattern emerging where Small won the first, Belmont won the second, Small won the battle yesterday. So if we are following patterns, then Belmont's due a victory here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Stefan continues with this really high scoring, because if you can complement that with some, you know, high quality finishing, you know, he'll be hard to beat.
$41.
Another good start here from Belmont in the scoring department.
6.
Well, can you see the way his dart sits below that treble 20 there, Henry? I would love to just see Stefan just have a little play around with the treble 19.
180.
Talk about inconsistency. He goes from 41 to a max there of a 180. He's a fascinating player to watch, is Alec. I think you'd probably know what Stefan's going to get. It's just all around that 100, 140. With Alec, you don't know if it's 41 or 180.
121.
What a spurt he's found with the last 6 darts.
I had a worry there. He didn't realise what he was on.
Yeah.
I was yeah. This seems to be like the favoured route now, doesn't it, for the 104 for people? This will leave double top. He stands back. There's the reset.
84.
Double trouble
Alec
once again
59.
for Stefan. So it gives Alec a chance. I always call this and that. There's the 19.
Game shot in the
There's
first leg.
the double top.
Alec
there.
Small.
So he'll feel really good. They've had some great battles already this week. They've always been close. A couple of 4-2s, and you know, this has
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
this has the opportunity now of being another good game for Alec. This is exactly what he wanted coming into this
60.
game, and he's bouncing there as he's throwing them 3 darts. I think he's actually feeling quite good about himself compared to the more methodical. But there's that dart that frustrates me a little bit with Stefan. I would love just to sort of see. I just love to sort of see him just board management a little bit. Let's see what you like on that treble 19 when you cover it.
Is it a little bit of stubbornness, do you think?
43.
For me, it's as if all he does in practice is, I'm just going to stick my head in the practice room later to see if all he does is just throw at that top of that board. Because I would love to see where he is right now.
39. $58.
But Alex got an opportunity to sort of take a 2-leg lead for the first time today, but that's when you really need your scoring boots on that opportunity. 58 just doesn't cut it really. Not the way that Stefan's been scoring, that's for sure.
100.
I know we're midway through the second leg, but it feels like already we're seeing Alec blow hot and cold at various points.
Got the sweetest 180 he's
85.
thrown, and then then you see them 3 darts there, but the talent is there. I would rather have someone like Alec than someone who's just, quite stubborn. The talent is there. He's very raw, but you don't win champions unless you're a really, really good player. Even qualifying for the event is tough enough, to win it. But the talent's there.
Well, champions are there, PDC tour card
102.
holders are there. You have to beat the best of the best to win that particular tournament.
And you go home from this Super Series. What unbelievable experience. Like I said, my nephew played in it, Jamie.
60.
Like I
Alec
said,
McGuire,
Jamie, you can't buy that
153.
type of experience. It doesn't matter whether you come home with, it was a long drive home for a defeat. You cannot buy that.
97.
You can't buy that experience.
Stefan, you require 150.
Well, this would be one way to bring himself back level, having been broken in the first. Another. Would have left double 15, so small return to 56 for a 2-0 lead.
134.
So this is
Alec,
the
you
this
require
and that.
56.
Big 16. Double top.
46.
That is the difference between
Stefan,
a
you
good and
require
a great
16.
player. That's the only difference. We can all hit the 180s. It's just about that double at the end.
Game
Stefan's
shot the
had his
second
double
leg.
troubles today,
Stefan
but he
Bellmont.
finds the outer ring this time. Levels are up at one apiece. 2 breaks of throw in the opening 2 legs, and Stefan will be hoping
They'll look at
for the
Stefan to
first
throw
hold
first. Game on.
in the match to take a grip of this game.
I think that's the first time I've seen Stefan's checkout figure in double figures. He's up to 33% there, but it's sort of been his downfall. But he's
60.
right in the mix. He's right in the mix of this whole competition right now, and that's where he'll go from here.
60.
But a bit like Arron Monk, you can't take your eyes off Arron. For me, Alex, exactly the same. You just don't know what's going to come. I can pretty much read what Stefan's going to do. He just peppers that treble 20 for fun.
180.
His first max of the match, and what a time as well for it. It gives him full
100.
command of this third leg.
It does. He seems to be hitting a match, so that sort of hits his target already. That's his third of the day.
Well, this time the right play was to stay upstairs, and he does so. 161 left after 9.
137. Stefan, you record 161.
I don't think have I seen a 3-figure finish yet? Have I seen a 3-figure finish yet?
97.
It's not a gimme finish for Stefan, so Alex got to give himself some
100.
room to manoeuvre.
Stefan, you require
Remember what I've
64.
said all through today, that's 64 finish, that's 70 finish, that's 72. This is the difference between winning and losing matches.
Game
And
shot the
that
third
was
leg.
plumb. That's probably
Stefan
the best finish I've
Belmont.
seen Stefan do today. It was assured, it was clinical, and it puts him in the lead 2 legs to 1.
He said from the
Full leg, it's
conclusion of
Alex
his
to throw
last game, you'd
first.
like to see him go in the practice room and have a little bit of a practice on the doubles. Well, I don't know what he has done between matches,
45.
but it seems like a different Stefan Belmont on the outer ring.
And when he puts it all together, his high scoring and a 50% checkout rate, already he's round about that 90 average mark. He can take that further because
57.
that's what it's about. He's got we all know it's in his armory to be scoring big scores, and if he can get the percentage rate round about 50%, the fascination of watching
180.
Alec of opening up with 45 and then the 180, absolutely inconsistency at its worst.
Keeps us commentators guessing.
85.
I love watching him, honestly. He's had a week probably he'll go away with, but he's fascinating to watch.
48.
And the thing is, for players who come here first time, not everyone will settle down completely straight away. Sometimes they actually need that first week just to kind of know what this environment's about. And then when they
60.
come back a second time or third time, they really do get to grips with the competition format.
And that's what I love about the MODUS Super Series. They're telling people this is an opportunity for amateurs. This is an opportunity for people with aspirations of being a professional dart player. You have this in your locker. You get some wins under your belt. Look at the type of people who've done really well with it. The Robert Owens, Jim McEwens. They're really one of the most consistent players in the country at the moment.
56.
He's going to return with Belmont left on 159. This is for 2 apiece.
$90.
I thought he was going to go for the big 20 again there. I was going to shout for the first time. 1 out, 1 in, they always say. Go big or go home.
20. Stefan, you require 69.
I'm glad this finish isn't between Small and Cox. That's what I'm happy with anyway. So
54 left.
and this when we talk about game changes, like we saw yesterday with that 129 finish, that's a
49.
game changer. That can win
Alec, you
or lose
require
you getting
20.
through to Saturday night. Then one dart at a double. So
Game shot
3,
the
1,
full
2,
flag.
2. What
Alec
a huge
Small.
difference and a big blow of air from there. But that's what I'd like to see him do just before he throws his dart. Exhale of breath equals confidence.
So flag it's Stefan to throw first.
So when he won the Champion of Champions, we're talking about Robert Owen there. Who did Robert Owen lose to that day? At the Champion of Champions. He lost to a guy
180.
called Tom Jones, and that's not unusual.
45.
Just think you could have had Matt Edgar sat here.
Have you stolen Chris Murphy's joke book?
60.
I'm disappointed there was no crowd booing there after you missed the first start there after the 180.
96.
I'm sure there's plenty watching at home that were disappointed that there wasn't a follow-up.
Me more than anyone. Do we stand up if we love the darts? Do we do that, Henry? As obviously with the
77.
newbie, I'm not really sure what we do halfway through the commentary. Look at this again. I love the lad.
140.
And it's just kept him an interested party in this leg. Belmont on 184, but low score here. Alec Small is pretty much back in play.
96.
It's usually where your arm tightens up when it gets to 2-2. You know, I've used that term nitty-gritty a few times. It's, you know, all of a sudden it's a different game to you.
78.
The first few darts of the match.
Stefan, you require 88.
A finish, I always like this, but the way today's been going, but that treble 20, yeah, I used to love this finish.
Game shot on the
Absolute
fifth leg.
plum.
Stefan Bellmont.
And the man from Belmonte, he say yes.
Safe leg, it's Alec to throw first.
I'm full of these today now. You can see I'm getting me confidence now, can't you?
I'm just going to sit
90.
back, relax and enjoy him, Glenn.
Right, where's me chubby brown book gone? Oh, it's gone. Oh, I've got that for the small.
100.
The chubby brown jokes. Yeah, I've got that sorted.
But for Belmont here, he may be putting in the best performance of the day. We haven't seen an average
121.
in excess of 90 so far today. 90.5 for Belmont, and I'm just looks as if, and it's been a case of him most days this week. The first game's been a bit of a slow start, but he works his way
60.
into each day.
Yeah, my assessment too, and say it's no surprise to me that when you're averaging over 90, your checkout is
96.
50%. You know, averages for me is usually round about what the percentage is, unless you're a Gerwin Price or Michael Smith of these days who can miss doubles and still post ridiculous averages.
100.
But another 4-3 here, do you think?
Looks likely from this juncture. Alec Small with 6 on
64.
194. He's himself on 130, and Belmont needs something big here. That single one is not going to help his cause, and so needs a treble here to leave himself on a finish.
81.
And he does very well to sneak it into the
130.
corner, but Alec Small to take us all the way. Treble 20. Would have left him a dart at the ball.
58. Stefan, you require 160.
This would be a way to finish this match. The perfect first dart. But not so perfect second dart.
100.
But he'd be fairly happy with that.
72.
As I say, is not a gimme. And because he has to get it. What is it for another 3-3?
Game
It
shot on the
certainly is.
sixth
It's
leg.
going all the way again.
Alec Small.
An unbelievable finish there from Alec under immense pressure there. But it's Stefan with the darts now. Can he go on to 4 points?
7th and final
Or
against
will Alec get
Stefan
his
to throw
first one of the day?
first.
You bought all the legs with us, Glenn.
Yeah, I feel like George Noble there. I think is he emceeing here today? Or what?
58.
What's going on?
We're going to call it the dozer now.
Yeah.
95.
I don't like using the bull. I love the use of bull, but not so early in the game there. That was treble 19, treble 17 every day of the week.
I wonder where he's got to move down there, because the way that the first dart landed obscured the treble bed,
39.
and it's opened the door up here for Alec Small.
56.
Again, treble 19 looked like it was sat perfect for a follow-through with that dart. Some strange decisions being made, but this is what tension, anxiety, stress at a 3-3 can do for you. But there's no better medication than 2 plum treble 20s.
140.
That's what it's all about.
Indeed, what a time it is for that. What a follow-up.
140.
They are trading blows.
This is a real slugfest of a last leg here. Both going out. It's a big match for both players. You know, this can really cement Stefan's opportunity moving forward. But for Alec, if he's going to qualify, he has to win this game.
100.
Tunnel do.
Stefan
But Belmont wants 1-2-4 to win it.
It's flick of a coin, toss of a coin to see who wins this. Advantage Belmont.
The bullseye for Belmont.
99.
And it wasn't too far away, so Alec Small returns
110.
for 110 to seal it. To seal his first victory, but that's as bad a first dart as it could be.
78.
Remember what I said,
Stefan, you
practice
require
on 25. A lot of the top players do it. Stefan, this is your chance.
14 scored, yeah.
That is not good enough, Stefan. I'm sorry. That is not good enough.
Treble 3, double 1, anyone?
Is Arron Monk playing? I think his brain's gone all of a sudden. You doubt yourself. But there's the reset. That's what I like. His eyes are on the prize. His eyes are looking at that double.
No score.
Just it.
Alec, you require 32.
So, Small returns for 32 for the match.
Game
For the win.
shot on
And
the
there
match.
it is for Alec Small.
Alec
He is a
Small.
victor in a deciding leg by 4 legs to 3 with an average of 86.31. 2 maximums in the match for him. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. A high checkout of 72 as well. Alec Small gets his first 2 points of the group. Everyone now is up and running in Group C. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to see Arron Monk in action. Anything could happen after the break as he takes on Jamie Kelling. It's a battle of the Super League teammates.
and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have just seen yet another last leg decider. Alec Small coming through it to register his first 2 points of the day under immense pressure, holding his nerve to come from behind and get that first win on the board. You feel it's really, really crucial. As for Belmont, well, despite the defeat, he produced his most clinical display at the back end of legs in that one, aside from in that last leg decider where it really mattered. As you can see, for Belmont, 3 out of 8 on the outer ring. Alec Small with 40% checkout success, his highest checkout, that's 72. And you feel there's been quite a few matches that Alec Small has been involved with where he's just faded towards the latter stages. Not the case in that match. Really, really impressively holding his nerve. And as you can see on the league table, that was a really important victory for him to ensure that he doesn't get cut adrift at the bottom. Arron Monk is up next, looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 in this Group C session. He's up against second-placed Jamie Kelling, who's been impressive this morning. He's produced some really, really impressive darts. His finishing in his last match, very impressive indeed. Let's see who comes out on top in this one in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. 2 men who know each other very well. Both men from Andover, both men teammates for their Super League side. Have you had any experiences like that, Glenn?
Oh, wow. I remember playing Jim Williams at the Lakeside quarterfinals, and I made a ridiculous statement as if I win this game, I'm going to PDC. If I lose this game, I'm going to PDC. If I win, I'm BDO for life, which haunted me for a long, long time. That it's tough. You've got to really take it out the way. I remember losing that game, getting beat 4-1 in the game, and I could see the headlines.
Hey, first leg, it's Arron to throw
Glenn's
first.
let him win.
Game on.
And I come back and sort of broke his heart and beat him 5-4. So it can be very tough. But for someone like Arron, like I said, just look at the focus on them. They won't. You shouldn't even know who you.
84.
These two have met a fair bit over the years. They've met on 4 occasions here at the Super Series, or in the predecessor, the Live League. Kelling won the first 3 battles against Arron before winning the last this year in 2022. But they also met all the way back in 2008 as part of the New Kids on the Hockey programme, which Phil Taylor launched on the telly. And Arron Monk won that by 2 legs to 1.
Wasn't Michael Smith, Joe Cullen? Oh, that's my memory going back. Apologies if I'm wrong there, but yeah, I remember that.
Didn't do too bad picking the players, did they?
It's interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they haven't done bad. I was thinking this morning, how must Arron think? 2011 youth champion beating Michael Van Gerwen. You've seen the Michael Smiths, the Joe Cullens off that show, the Michael Van Gerwen's kick on, and really he hasn't, and he's probably got more talent than all of them.
177.
Does he think he's done anything right or wrong, or could he have done anything different? Bit of fascinating story is Arron, but he's come out the trap
60.
Here.
Arron required 24.
That's for a 13-dart first leg.
Game shown the first leg.
And that's what it's all about. A lovely start to this match between 2 good friends, but it's Arron that takes 1-0.
Absolutely superb from Arron Monk to take that opening leg. And we were mentioning off air before we started this match that you just feel like there's an opening here for someone to take
60.
this group by the scruff of their neck.
For me, it's in, especially with Stefan losing there as well, it's in Arron's hands. Like I said, he come to me this morning, he said, all right. He said, hiya, Glenn, I said, I'm going to win it today. And sometimes when you're that brash, that confident, it can come back and bite you on the bottom. But for me right now, he's the standout player for me.
46.
Like I said, you can't take your eyes off when he's playing, whether he's throwing his dart or stood behind the player. And I think if he gets this win here, he's well on the way to qualifying, that's for sure.
Gives himself a great opportunity to do so, although despite the 13 darter in the first legs, kicked off the second visits of 99 and 45.
That's been a lot of the story of today. We waxed lyrical a little bit about how scoring sort of Stefan was doing, then he'd throw a little tiny one. It's that consistency, and it's only over 7 legs. But like I said, it's in athletics, this is a 60-metre sprint, and to these guys who are used to playing longer, etc. And any weakness, it will soon be jumped on, exactly like Jamie's just done there with that fantastic Maxima.
Making full use of having the darts here in leg 2.
115.
115.
I was always someone, yeah, well, that's not the end of the world, but I was always someone who started out in a double top.
95. Arron,
I was always someone who started 19s on 115 there, Henry. But I guess these are all tops players and they're trying to utilise that.
You would have seen nothing of that tops either, the way the first 2 darts laid, but it's an open bed on double 10 to level us up. And that is exactly what Kelling does. He's been one of the most prolific finishers we've seen so far this week. It was 39% across the entirety of Group A. So when he's had the opportunity at the doubles, he has more often than not taken them.
These lads are beginning to warm up. I thought the last game was tremendous. And, you know, the averages here, you know, 190s. You know, the guys are warming up now, and it's going to be a fantastic conclusion.
Coming up to the boil.
180.
300s from JK and 2 180s, but no 140s.
130.
You're playing well when you're outscoring the 140 column with 180s.
It's just the way his darts sit up. He's got that lovely, the way he brings that dart back, and then the lovely follow through there. And he's a nice lad. I like the way he's smiling. He looks relaxed. Like I said, it's not easy when you're playing a good mate up there, but he looks the cooler out of the two of them.
100.
And the other thing, with it being a character like Arron, knowing him inside out probably helps, because Arron is a maverick character. They're not being disrespectful at all towards him, but we know that anything can happen when he's on the hockey.
Yeah, exactly that. Maverick's it's not a bad nickname for the lad. Nice 25 for you.
170.
How many times does that happen? You won a 25 and all of a sudden hit the ball.
Another. Would have left double 10, so Monk returns to 35 because he got the big fish.
80. Arron, you require 35.
2 16s. Now up for double 8.
19.
And
now Kelling has the opportunity to break, and Monk knows all about it.
60.
These the real basics. We've seen it so many times. A 60 finish, and you know what do you do? Do you go to the bull now with utter frustration? I don't think he will be so disrespectful. So double top.
20.
That's an opportunity missed. And
Arron,
like I said many times, you don't get these opportunities against players like Arron Monk. I fancy this double 8.
And you're right too as well. But I just wonder in that scenario, the way the first up went in the double 5, would it have been a better play for Jamie to have gone 18 double 16, because it looked as if a lot of that top's bed was blocked.
It's funny when you get on the hockey, he might have had that intention. He might have had every intention to do that. Sometimes you walk up to that hockey and you change your mind.
100.
But that's been the fine line. That's what I've noticed about this Super Series today. There's real fine lines. When you sat here watching dart for dart, the odd dart here and there out of 100 darts thrown in the match, you know, 1 or 2 darts can be a difference, and that double top there, could come back and haunt him. And it's the difference between winning and losing.
At the minute, the best game we've seen so far today.
82.
Averages of 100.5 for Arron. That's just dropped underneath the ton now as a consequence of that visit, and 91.35 for Kelling. He's already had 2 maxes so far. Make that a third.
180.
I'm trying to think who JK looks like. He looks like a poor man's Lucifer. Don't know what anyone thinks of that who's watching.
32. Jamie,
that's MSS darts, if you have any comparisons. Well, up for tops for the 1-2-1.
That is absolute quality, that. I was cheering that one. Yeah, that was something that sort of James Wade sort of favours that way, that treble 7.
44. Jamie required 20. Game shown the 4.
We get 2 each again.
Jamie Kelly.
Probably looking at another 4-3 as Henry sort of sinks in his chair there. Another fantastic games. The averages are here really stepping up. 3 maximums being the big thing here for JK. Great doubling, 40% for Jamie, 50%. It's a great game so far, and it's now best of 3.
100.
May have to get lunch ordered in if we keep going 4-3.
I was thinking supper.
60.
And the good thing is that we've got 2 sessions today. We'll be back at 10 o'clock for Group B.
That's what an exciting group that is. And I promise I'm not going to show any bias towards Colin Osborne, my favourite player.
98.
Yeah, so I've got to, I'll bite my tongue a couple of times tonight, but what an honour. All I would have needed now was Matty Dennett to be here this week, and I've got my whole life story
60.
there. You what? You what? He is? Oh, no.
He is in that group.
I can't believe it.
Glenn Durrant's life stories.
All in one, Colin Osborne and Matty Dennett all in one
139.
go.
60. Arron in the corner.
Just a little bit of a lull there for
164.
JK, and these are the moments when it's best of three now. That's the time to really kick in. It's the 60s just have to be hundreds. The hundreds have to be
82.
140s. He's got to put some element of pressure here. It's a great start. Exactly like that, but his
180. Arron in the
fourth
corner.
maximum of
82.
this game. That's superb darts, JK.
One dart at tops. The
Game
3-2,
shot on the fifth
and
leg.
despite hitting 4
Arron Monk.
maximums in the match so far, Arron Monk is seeing himself a leg away, despite Kelling outscoring him in that department. But in
So
every
it's Jamie
single
to
scoring
throw
visit
first.
in that leg, Monk hit a treble. Kelling tried to force pressure with the max, but just couldn't find anything
81.
else throughout the entirety of the leg.
And that's what I say to people. You can look at that stat there, 4 180s. Just show me the finishing. 60% check out, 3 from 5 there for
44.
Arron. That is what it's all about. He's talented. He can and should be playing at a higher level, should Arron. So impressed with this boy, though. So
140.
impressed. I thought that was a 5th maximum guaranteed. As we look at our stats of what the highest is in one game.
The record is 7, which was done in
100.
phase 1 this year by Josh Payne against Andy Jenkins.
Yeah, you know, Josh reminds me, probably the muscles, but Josh reminds me a little bit of Arron Monk as well.
54.
Both heavy scorers and whatever. But yeah, no, Jamie's played a lovely game here, and he still finds himself 3-2 down.
Your mate Connor
100.
Scott's also got 6 in a game against Robert Owen.
Look at this. Just look at the way them darts are set up. Looks like he's
140.
got them balance of the trajectory of that dart going in is beautiful from JK.
Well, looks like we're going all the way
44.
again, Glenn.
Jamie require
Well,
86.
my belly's rumbling, so it must be another 4-3. He'd just be looking to set this up. I don't think he necessarily needs to look at the bull, and that's a clever dart, the second dart.
54.
Just maximising your opportunities. That's all you need to do at this point with your opponent sat on 2-1-3.
Double 16 for
60.
3-3, and we
Jamie
Go
require
down.
32.
the 7th leg road again.
Game shot on the
Last
6th
start
leg.
in hand again for
Jamie
JK,
Kelling.
and we do go to the 7th and deciding leg once again. It's like Groundhog Day here in Group C at the Super
7th
Series.
and final leg, it's Arron to throw first.
And like I said in the last 4-3, Arron will just be stood there. Just give me a 15 dart. Just let me open up with
87.
a 99, a 100. So a little bit lackadaisical there with the last dart, which is gives JK just that opportunity. And like I said, when it's 4-3, all of a sudden that treble 20 can really go smaller. But what a fantastic response there.
Had to go downstairs the way the first dart went in.
136.
No tightness there from Arron. Both lads are right on the top of the game right now.
100.
Lovely, beautiful ton there. Could have been so much better. It doesn't get much closer than this. 2-7-8 plays 2-7-6 at 3 legs apiece.
99.
99. That's a big score at this stage. If JK is looking now, he needs a minimum 140 now.
60.
They just desert you when you need them most. So it's now Arron's to lose. 179. Who knows which way he'll go? He'll bring the double 17 in here somewhere, I'm sure.
97.
Fabulous last start. So JK can only think 82, he's going to miss that. All I can do now is give it a 1-2-1, which he's done. He's giving
121.
himself an
Require 82.
opportunity. That's all you have to do.
So 82 for the match then for Arron Monk. Double 9.
Yep. Correct. $64.
So-
Jamie
So
require
what does he go for? Are you
95.
bullseye or treble 19, do you think, Henry?
I thought treble 19 would have been JK's play. Double 8 for the
Game,
match.
shot, and
And
the
to beat
match,
Arron Monk, and you could see
Jamie
what it meant to
Kelling.
Jamie Kelling. In a battle between two Super League teammates, it's JK who came out on top with an average of 93.71. 4 maximums to his name. It was a superb performance from him. It was a superb game altogether. 4 for 9 on the doubles of JK. Completes the 4-3 victory for him. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Lee Cox up against Kurt Parry.
No worries. Hello and welcome back to day 4 of week 9 here at the Super Series. Well, we have seen such tight tungsten tussles already today, haven't we? So many close matches. The last one, probably the highest quality that we've seen so far today. Both players averaging in excess of 90 in that one. JK has really shown us what he's about this morning. The first player to condemn Monk to defeat in Group C. As you can see, both players really, really impressive in all aspects of the game. JK with 4 180s in that one, 2 140s as well. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Monk with 50% checkout success. A really, really tight contest in that one. Let's have a look then at what that does to the top of the league standings, because it's Monk who still leads the way. Well, it's tied, isn't it? It's all to play for, because Monk and Kelling have exactly the same leg difference and points registered on the board. So it is going to be a tight Group C that we witness today and tomorrow, you feel, because there have been so many close encounters. You feel that that's going to continue throughout the course of today. So next up then, we have Lee Cox against Kurt Parry. Both players coming through last leg deciders to win their last matches. Let's see who comes through this one in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. who can claim their second win of the group and join Monk and Kelling on 4 points, and how important that last leg victory could end up being for JK and the complexion of the group. If Monk could have got himself onto 6 points after 3 games, he could have seriously stamped his authority down on the group. However, it looks set to be a group that could be really evenly matched heading into the final part of the day.
Yeah, it sort of had something similar
No,
trait
first
there
leg is
yesterday
Lee
with
to throw first.
when
Game
with the
on.
1-2-9 finish, which sort of changed the whole aspect of the group. That win there by JK over Arron sort of makes me think that he was beginning to run away with the group a little
45.
bit. He looked the standout player, and it's really squashed them all together. But these two players, both off a win, it'd be interesting to see what the confidence is like of both. And are we going to get our 6-4-3 on the spin?
Really has been an incredibly tight day. There's only 2 games so far today, which
60.
hasn't gone the distance. That was Monk's victory against Parry and Kelling's win against Alec Small. Both of them went 4-1.
85.
I'm a big fan of Kurt Parry. It's great. One thing, what I've learned about today is to be up close and personal with the players. I don't think you'd always get that on the tour or on it because you're in such a bubble, you're in such a zone. To sort of see dart for dart, and like I said, I've got this unhealthy obsession with people's throws and demeanours and behaviours,
43.
and it's great to sort of see, someone like Kurt Parry, who really the only information I had on him was from our Jamie. So it's great to see that.
The good thing we get with this format is because we get to see a lot of them 5 days, 6 days, we get to learn a lot about them as the week goes on.
You couldn't tell if he was 0-0 or if he's 3-3. He just doesn't give an awful lot away. And I think that's what I like about him. I think maybe he should try a game of poker as well or something, because he's sort of got that poker face where... Whereas with Lee, you can sort of see the sort of facial mannerisms and whatever. Whatever happened to treble 20, treble 15 tops, lads? Come on. Am I too old school now, Henry? Am I?
Game's changed. There's nothing old school about this route. Well, it's all old school, this route, about 101.
You require 104.
A lovely setup. Well, Kurt was in total control of this leg, so he'd be frustrated if he...
86. You require 32.
Again, I'm just learning all these new finishes, but I do like that way. But 32, oh, that's a stinker. That's a real stinker. Stand back, make sure you hit the big number.
24.
He's fluffed his lines there, that's for sure.
Require 18.
And 18, do you go straight for it? That's the only problem with that
10.
horrible double 9.
You
What turned
require
out to be
8.
a great start of this leg. It's now starting to be another slugfest.
Still it goes on.
That's not the way you want your dart to sit up. That's frustrating. You can just see the shoulders are just sagging, and you're just thinking when you stood behind, wow, another chance. But you've got to grab double 1 is a favoured double, but not this time. It looks like we're down at the dog and duck here for the first leg.
It's like one of my legs, Glenn.
No score.
Still we go on.
Lads, let's just go closest to the bull.
Require 2.
Winner gets closest to the bull.
No score.
Oh. I think I've seen a bit of everything today.
2.
I can feel it. I've been there, boys. I'm right there, boys.
We've seen the good, the bad. We're now seeing the ugly.
Absolutely. Kurt, go high first start. Go big. That's perfect. Follow it in.
No score. Lee require 2.
Commentators go quiet. There's not really a lot we can say to this.
Game shot on the
Take your
first
darts out,
leg.
Lee.
Lee Cox.
Just no reflection. Keep focused. That's what you need to do now, lads. Just ignore that. You've got the leg
It's
and move
Kurt
on.
to throw first. Game on.
Let's move on to leg 2, shall we?
Exactly. We've corrected it now. It's now 7'9" 3/4. We've stopped playing at 14 foot.
135.
Look at that. Just 3 sweetly thrown darts.
Not to clarify the point, but there was 21
60.
missed darts at double in that opening leg.
They look like my averages at the moment then. what I'm looking at.
140.
But once again, 135, 140 from Kurt. He's just someone, he's moved on. He's forgotten about that already. I have the sense sometimes that Lee maybe just
121.
probably needs that ideology as well, just forgetting that. You're 1-0 up and move on, but you tell me how that guy misses 21 darts at a
135.
double when he throws a dart like that. After 9, he wants 91. Crazy game.
Absolutely mad. But credit to Parry
100.
because
Okay,
he
required
could have lost
91.
that leg and he could have crumbled, but he's doing exactly the opposite here. And he has got
38.
time, he has got a cushion.
But sloppy darts from 91. You should not be leaving 53 when you're that far ahead. Why ask for trouble? You should be down to a 1 double minimum.
100. Okay,
Now he's
required
relying on
53.
making sure he hits the big number.
Game shot on the second leg.
Which he does, and he
Good
gets the
Parry.
double as well. And how ironic is that after the double trouble of the first leg, he gets topped first time of asking.
I thought you were going to try and ask me to explain
Well,
how you
it's
can miss
Lee to
21
throw
darts at a double and
first.
then have 1 dart at a double, but I would have struggled with that one, Henry, that's for sure.
Damn, that's my next question.
60.
Just look at him. Look at those eyes. If you want to, everyone know how to play a great dart, Henry, just watch these.
100.
He's got it. He's got it in abundance. And so he's moved on from that tragic first leg where a lot of people would have folded then. It'd be on your mind.
44.
I think with someone like Kurt, he just forgets it, moves on, gets back.
Because ultimately, it's part and parcel of the game. It will
60.
happen every now and then. It's how you respond to it.
And again, that's the values, the behaviours. That's you as a person, your attributes. I was someone I would look back. I was a bit of an overthinker. It'd be a bit of a nightmare if anything. Whereas you just get the feeling with
59.
Kurt, after the game, you might have to tell him he missed 21 darts at a double. Right now, his eyes are just on that treble 20.
121.
I'd love to see what the average is from the start of leg 2. Obviously, because of the missed doubles in leg 1, the averages are going to be low. But
82.
I'd imagine from leg 2 onwards, 14 data, plus what we're doing here is probably around, I'd say maybe about 102.
Yeah. Well, he was averaging his 40s, and now he's getting close up to 80 now. So I'm talking averages. I'm being hypocritical of myself. Can't stand them.
Boring dozer.
They're a stat, exactly. Boring, boring dozer.
140. Okay, you require 80.
All about the 20s here. Well, it should have been. Bull.
Oh, that
55.
really reminded me of yesterday. That
116.
this is a finish us dart players like 116, 112. That's not the best of first dart. It's sort of
55. Okay, you
lot of
require
frustration.
25.
he threw darts away. And how many times have I talked about 25 today? So aspiring dart players,
Game
practice on
shot
it,
on the
because when you
third
do
leg.
that,
Kurt
it's the
Parry.
difference between winning and losing a game. So you've seen 25 being finished so many times today. Get on that dartboard.
Fourth leg,
Make
it's
sure
Kurt
that part
to
of your
throw
practice
first.
drills is
Game
finishing
on.
on 25.
I suppose everything is about breakdowns, isn't it? So if you are going for the ball, you break down the 25, certain points in the leg. So if you stay on the 20s, things like 141s, 161s, and things like that, I suppose.
134.
Absolutely. 25, 41, 64, 70, 72. I was religiously hours and hours on a week finishing on them doubles.
97.
So when you go onto a big stage or when you go to a pro tour, you know that you're banging in 25s, you're banging in 40s. 7 times out of 10, that's what
60.
you'll need. You're sort of a flick of a dart.
100.
Whereas Kirsch just absolutely follow through, stunning. Look at that, just effortless. Like I said, I can see Michael Smith.
140.
Whereas with Lee, it's a bit more difficult to throw 3 darts from. It's a jab, like a jab. They're both going in the target that you want, but one looks like a bit of an effort, and one just looks ridiculously easy.
85. Okay, you require 167.
Got the luxury of 6 darts on this point.
97.
This would be for a break and 3-1.
Without repeating myself, what finish does Kurt want? Remember, 64, 70, 72. Get on that dartboard when these are finished.
40. You require
He's
70.
going to get 6 and 70 after that slip from Cox. Chops.
50.
Wow, I fancied that. After that debacle of that first leg, I really fancied that 12.5% on his checkout rates. Incredible.
100. You require 20.
He stayed there just to put the pressure on Kurt, make him think by hearing 3 digits. Has it worked?
Game on the fourth leg.
But that was
Kurt
an
Parry.
absolute fantastic dart. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2 in a best of 7 is a million miles.
Fifth leg, it's
That
Lee
was
to
the
throw
dart
first.
that can change this game.
And by and large, the fourth leg is the leg in a best of 7 where usually you find out where we are in a match.
And when you
60.
players on a double after hitting 100 like he did and putting the pressure on to get it last start, Lee will be feeling, like I said, I've used it a term quite a lot, like a real kick in the stomach.
58.
But it's advantage Kurt now. But like I said, he's opened up with 58 there. The great players, when they really do kick you in the belly, the great
60.
players then follow that up with a 180 as well. So, Kurt, give me a 3-digit score here.
140.
Exactly like that. Advantage Parry.
Parry the Punisher at the minute. And Lee Cox at this present moment in time doesn't really have an
59.
answer to the questions that are being posed.
The only question now is, does he go on the 19s? He does, because he's in control. He didn't need to, but another treble 19 would leave a finish.
95.
After that first dart, I can't tell you the
85.
disappointment you'll have getting that 85. Sometimes an 85 will feel nice when the last dart to treble 20, but after that really nice first one, and he's punishing.
140.
Exactly right, Henry. Parry the Punisher. That's exactly what he's doing now. And there's that 2-digit number I'm talking about, and I will continue to talk about.
And 68 to take it for
100.
Parry in a 4-1 win.
68.
One dart, a double 16.
36.
Match dart come and
You require
gone.
137.
I remember winning a match play against James Way, going treble 19. Double top, but not this time for the lad.
93.
Kurt.
You require 32.
We're going to 4 points.
16. Lee, you require
Super
44.
frustration for him. But Lee, a bit like the game with Belmont though, could he reverse that? He was never in this match.
28.
We've got that
You
debacle of
require
the first
16.
leg. Have we got the debacle of the last leg?
Game
Parry
shot
the
and the
Punisher takes
match.
that match
Kurt
4-1.
Parry.
High scoring, plenty of scores over 100 and 140. The checkouts will be disappointing to him, but all that matters to Parry right now is the scoreline of Parry 4, Cox 1.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Parry run out the 4-1 winner over Lee Cox. There you can see, after a really tense start to that one, 21 darts missed at double between them in the opening leg. You can see the finishing stats there. I don't think either player will want to be reminded of how they closed out legs. 4 out of 24 attempts, 20 darts missed at double from Parry. Lee Cox with just 1 out of his 12 attempts finding the double. But despite losing that opening leg, Parry recovered quite well to take the next 4 legs and get his second victory of the day. An average just below 76 for him in that one. And we can take a little look at what that does to the league table after 9 games. The table is looking incredibly congested, isn't it, there? With 3 players on 4 points, 3 players on 2 points. So it is still very much all to play for at this early stage in Group C. Up next, it's Alec Small against Arron Monk. Of course, Arron Monk losing his last match. It's going to be great to see how he responds to that, because as Glenn said in commentary, I wouldn't have wanted to be in that back room after he re-entered it, having lost to Jamie Kelling in his last match. As for Alec, well, he picked up his first 2 points in his last match. Can he keep that run going and get another 2 in this match? Let's find out in the company of the chaps in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. By the time this game is finished, you would have reached the 2/3 point of our day here at the Super Series. And for Arron Monk, it's all about responding to that setback of defeat against Jamie Kelling. And it wouldn't have been just the defeat. I suppose it would have been the fact that it was a game that he felt he should have won as well.
It was a great game, to be fair. Like I said, if you could look at the positives there, JK was superb. You know, I mean, the good news is I've picked up all the chairs in the practice room after he went back.
Hey, firstly, it's Alec
what
to
is
throw
nice
first.
is it means something
Game
to
on.
him. I like that. He's different. These are 2 lads who are just a little. They're just a little bit not the norm with dart players.
37.
The charismatic, the quick, the. You know, it's going to be an energetic game. This one. I've been looking for this. This game sort of stood out for me early doors. He's in the mood.
180.
Example right there. Oh, hello.
And that just maybe that's what I just made me feel like Alec needs. Someone who can really get his sort of mojo up there. And I was just getting a little bit too excited there. So one day, maybe, one day.
Arron has got a 9 darter in this format. It was back when we were playing this tournament from home in 2020. Hit it against James Hubbard.
Did he finish on double 14 for it? Double 17 even. He's looking good here, so whatever's happened after that last. And this is nice. He's gone back, he's regrouped, and he's come out. And I mean, that's an amazing start to this first game. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
81.
Didn't expect that, did you? I think we both had our mics to our mouth there. But 129 was the big changer yesterday in the tournament. Could it again be today? Oh, that is unlucky.
93.
That is the modern way going now, this double-double. Unlucky, son.
No score.
Not for the first time
And
today.
he required 36.
Single dart digit, which gets me so frustrated with people. But that's the perfect dart.
Game shot on the
And that's
first
the entry,
leg.
exactly
Alec
what he
Small.
needs there. Don't apologise. Just go and reset, have a sip of your drink, dust your head down, and move on.
Second leg
This
is
is
Arron
how
to throw
quickly
first.
darts can change. Arron Monk had the opportunity, had a dart at double for an 11 dart leg. Subsequently then missed
59.
another one, and then Alec Small mops up the pieces. Now he's the one who's 1-0 up.
97.
I never once thought today it was going to be Alec's day. But just things are just the tide sort of changing for him, and he just seems to have that eye of the tiger a little bit now.
100.
He seems to be in that. He held his arm up there, and he's beginning to let that arm really fly now.
I like to
96.
use the analogy every now and then of test match cricket, because that's what I feel like this can be. It's almost like the opening days, the first couple of games, where you try and work your way in, try and build something on the board.
100.
Then as you kind of get to the end of day 1, it's like day 2 and day 3 of that test match where a total's on the board, and then you suddenly see who's got a good chance, who hasn't, and how things can develop.
Well, if cricket's your analogy, I would say that Alec's a real T20, because he's feast or famine. That dart there, massive 4, going for the 18s, of course, and then treble 20, treble 20. So if we're using that analogy, and just look at the boy. just talent in abundance.
136.
Did well to recompose there. I think there's a little bit at the back of his mind that he nearly released that third dart just about thinking.
I thought he was going to do that a couple of times. Love this finish. He is just so quick.
Arron require 99.
I would just love, even because this is like a test for him, just stand back, then go. If it doesn't work, I'll apologise to him. And tops.
Game shown the
That's
second
one
leg.
each in a leg. He was
Arron
never
Monk.
in there. Yes, it's one each. But it could have been the other way around, where Arron won the first leg. So it's all the makings of a great match. Like I said, I've
Alec
been
to
looking
throw
forward to
first.
this game, and it's delivering.
A 99 there for Arron
81.
Monk in a game that's been sprinkled with quality. I've got hundreds and thousands of puns like that.
I'm just working. I've written it down. I did get a warning
60.
off Matt. He just said, they said the puns they'll be coming. But I've done my Tom Jones jokes. So I'm finished now.
100.
So that's the only one I had. Are they new darts then? For
80.
Arron, are they the darts he's been using?
The barrel's most certainly the same. I'm just going to have a
45.
The design, the shape of them are the same. There's just a little bit of a lull in this game, so I think Arron just regrouped himself, and that's just a little bit of experience, that. That's what I like about Arron. He doesn't sort of berate himself with a loose
91.
dart like so many players do. He might be charismatic, he might sort of do with this, but he doesn't sort
59.
of beat himself up on as he's throwing it there. He's doing his best there. He keeps dropping his darts, and just that little hyper. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And well observed, Glenn, because he has actually changed his
94.
stem between matches. It was where he was using a red, almost see-through stem. He's now using that white stem now.
140.
And just the change of a stem, a point, it's incredible how much disappointment and how much focus it can do for you. And so many players are doing it.
100. Alec requires 76.
But here we go. He's this clutch finish, and I'll keep going on about.
Game shown the
That is
third
what
leg.
it's all about.
Alec
Well
Small.
done, young Alec. That's 2-1 lead. What he needs to do now is push on in this leg. Like you've talked about so
Fourth
much,
leg,
this
it's
fourth
Arron to
leg
throw
is really key.
first.
The difference between 2 each and 3-1 is just, it's incredible.
I just wonder whether
81.
both players play and feed off emotion, whether we haven't really seen that yet, and maybe one's waiting for the other to kind of
93.
let go.
My thoughts exactly. My thoughts. And my thoughts exactly when Arron threw that 180, the 180 first 3 early doors, where I just saw something in Alec. And I think it's doing
137.
exactly the spark as well that Arron's got, playing against someone so quick.
140.
It's third 140 of the match, Alec Small.
At his best, Alec is pretty formidable. He's when they go.
49.
Probably become favourite for this game right now. And I wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the match. For me, Arron has been the standout player.
58.
It would be no surprise if he was on 3 out of 3 right now. But all of a sudden, he's sort of come to a stop.
134.
More eagle-eyed, man, you would have actually spotted a fly on the board.
138.
Not at Ali
Arron
Pally.
require
How many
100.
times the fly goes on the board there is incredible.
Bad a dart as Arron. Right, it's the worst dart Arron could throw in that
20.
scenario.
No,
Alec
his last
requires
dart was
72.
pure frustration. And he hit this earlier.
54.
And again, sorry
Arron, you
if I
require
repeat myself,
80.
that is the difference between good and great. The game is about millimetres.
Game
Some
shown the
Arron Monk
fourth leg.
up in 2 darts,
Arron Monk.
and that is it.
Absolutely blob on. He is box office, isn't he? He's absolute box office. He
Fifth leg,
throws
it's
out
Alec
the
to
board
throw
for 100.
first.
Total frustration. Comes back 180. And they were both on that fly.
81.
Mesmerising. Captivating. Sensational!
180. 81.
After the 80 finish, it was 5 perfect darts I was working on there. He's looking good right now. He's looking, like I said, he's looking pretty dominant at times today. And he just seems to be going through. He's in one of them moods right now. And it's up to Alec really to try and deter that.
He's wrestled the game from his grasp.
How many times have we said that today?
57.
All of a sudden, and just a dart will change. That's 72. That 2 darts at double 18. It's a totally, utterly different game then.
That leg 4 again as well.
100. Aaron, you record 164.
So 6 on 164 for Arron Monk. Fortunately, there's no crazy way to go for that finish.
87 left.
94.
And what does he leave? How many times? And exactly how many times there he goes. Treble 20. Perfect.
Aaron, he requires 70.
5, and then another treble 20. That sums Alec up in 3 darts.
Tops.
Game
He's
shot
not missing that target, is he? He's
Monk.
loving it up on tops. And he opens up a 3-2 lead, and he now has the dart to put himself on to 6 points. And to put himself 2 points clear at the top of the group.
You can't take your eyes off Arron. He's great to watch. Probably the first time I've watched him dart for dart. He is his box office.
And that was probably the first real show of emotion we've seen in this match as well from Arron. He knew how important that was.
And now's the time to stay focused, because one of his strengths is he's not showing emotion. So that's what I would say to him there. Don't give your opponent anything.
57.
Be like Parry. Just don't show any emotion whatsoever.
75.
How do you think Alec will assess his week here?
I feel like he'll think that there's still more to give in this format. We've seen flurries of brilliance, but perhaps we haven't seen it on a consistent basis. And I think he'll be the first to admit that. But it's certainly a talent there, and certainly someone I'd love to see again. If not in this phase in the weeks that remain, maybe in the next phase towards the end of the year and the start of the next. And I think he'll be better for having this experience this week next time he would come back here.
Perfect. I totally agree.
56. Aaron, you require 145.
Right, double 17, double... Oh, no. He's gone traditional. Oh.
40.
Yeah, you can just see that for a dart
I think
player. When you've got the game in your hands, just set it up nicely.
132.
That was for 3-3. That would have been a real game changer, that for Alec Small. But Arron Monk returns, but only for 105 for the match. Tops.
Surely not.
65. Alec, you require 12.
Look at the score. We all know this is going to go in now, because it's got to go to 4-3. Don't let me down, Alec.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Absolutely
Alec
unbelievable.
Small.
I think this is the 6th game in 7 where it's gone all the way. Owen Binks is certainly earning his money today. But
7th and final leg is Alex to throw
this one has been.
Game on.
It's Alec's darts. He's got to utilise these first 3 darts.
Are you on the meter today, Glenn?
60.
Just that 60 start there in all seriousness. And look, just exactly what Arron Monk does. He will eat you for breakfast if you show any weakness there.
133.
Alec, that was your opportunity now. Go for it. Just
100.
God, I know I'm boring, but just a touch, just a little bit of composure there after that first one.
Too eager to let the second 2 go because of the first dart.
I don't want to stop his enthusiasm, his effervescent way of throwing a dart, his natural rhythm. Just
137.
Under match conditions, what he would be like if he just slowed that down a touch. Look at that, it's beautiful.
81.
That was a real snatch, wasn't it?
Well, yeah.
Has to go down there. There was no
59.
path to the treble
Yeah,
bed.
so many players starting the 19s on that 2-3-1 just to give you an opportunity at least to get to 170.
82.
Could be a bit of a saviour, but it's not going to frighten Arron. He's got 6 starts, but a huge 2 points, and what a start there is.
95.
Still makes the game a little bit interesting. Alex still in this if you can just do something, and with that first, that's it.
98.
Gives himself an
Arron
opportunity.
requires
Exciting
77.
game, an exciting finale. Who's got it in them to win?
Tops of the match for Arron Monk.
57.
For the man who was hitting tots of
I think
fun,
it
couldn't
require
find it at the
80.
crucial junctures. Alec Small returns. 20 for tops now. Oh, it's come out the board. What a time for a bounce out.
That was
40.
just the opportunity to go tops. After what
Arron
Arron did to him
required
earlier,
20.
that was the opportunity I had to go tops.
Game shot on
Double
the
10
mat.
will do it for
Arron
Arron Monk.
Monk.
He wins by 4 legs to 3 after losing by 4 legs to 3 in his last game against Jamie Kelling. He beats Alec Small in yet another deciding leg. We are getting our money's worth here at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have a look then at the statistics on that one. Arron Monk with an average of 89.84, 2 maximums to his name, a high checkout of 99, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and a checkout percentage of 57.14%. Glenn Dallant's going to race his way up to the balcony to join Abigail Davis on the other side of this short break.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 2/3 of the way through the action on the opening day of Group C. Glenn Durrant, 7 of the matches we've seen so far have gone to last leg deciders. It's been so close, hasn't it?
I mean, I know it's my debut as a commentator, but they're certainly milking this, the lads, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, the scores could have gone either way there. But it's intriguing to see how people's reaction are when it's 3 each. because you do tensen up the anxiety in your body. So it's interesting to see sort of the traits of the players like that.
Absolutely. And that last match that we saw, Arron Monk, of course, bouncing back after the defeat to Jamie Kelling. You can see the stats on the screen there, just below a 90 average from Monk. But the key was Alec Small, of course, we thought he was going to get a dart at tops, but his second dart, which bounced out of the board, it was actually in the treble 20, so he would have busted his score anyway before Monk returned.
Yeah, I'm not going to go and tell him that in the practice room, but I just thought it was a wonderful opportunity to go tops. Arron had just done that against him, so my eyes were focused on the tops there. He's young, he's learning. Great talent.
Absolutely. We can see the table as well, because that does mean that Arron Monk is now clear on 6 points at the top of the table. Just looking at the table, who's impressed you the most today?
I mean, I think Arron Monk is the standout player, which is no surprise to anyone. I think Parry's got the nicest throw I've seen for a long time. I like his real poker face. Stefan seems to be getting better throughout the day. Lee is just begging for some confidence. But crazy enough, I know he's coming bottom, but I'm just a big fan of Alec Small. I would love 10 minutes with him, just to have a little chat with him. So a crazy answer, but the person who's impressed me the most is the lad that didn't qualify and is bottom of the table now.
And I guess Alec Small is someone that you would be welcome into your home and your new practice setup to have a little chat with him.
I think I could help him.
Absolutely. That would be a frightening thought, wouldn't it? Adding to the talent that he's already got. In terms of Stefan Bellmont, it's been the same story for him all week. His scoring power is so impressive at the back end of legs, though that's where he needs to improve.
And I'm the total opposite that, you know, I'm my best. So I'd be interested to see how he practiced, because he's unbelievable around that treble 20. But you don't feel confident when he's going in for a double. Stefan could be a fantastic finisher. It could be just today. But I'd be interested to see how his practice regime sort of complements that.
Yeah, interesting indeed. So next up then, it is Parry against Stefan Bellmont. This lad is going to run back down to the commentary box again. He's getting his steps in to join Henry Deacon.
Yeah, I hope Glenn's bought his Fitbit with him today. Thank you very much indeed, Abby. So what are we going to see from these two, I wonder? Stefan Bellmont has gradually improved as the day's gone. That's kind of been his story of the week, really. An 81.05 in a 4-3 win against Lee Cox. Then it improved to 86.17 in that 4-3 win against Arron Monk. And then it was 88.23 in that 4-3 defeat to Alec Small. So if we're judging by those standards, he should get something above the 90 in this particular encounter, you would think. But here at the Super Series, anything is possible, as we know. As for Parry, lost his opening game of the day 4-1 to
first leg, it's Kurt to throw
Arron Monk.
first.
Then
Game on.
beating Jamie Kelling in a last leg decider by 4-3, and then getting the better of Lee Cox 4-1 in a game that was played by missed doubles in the opening leg.
60.
So what are we going to see from this one, I wonder? We continue our day here at the Super Series. This is game 11.
60.
Halfway through the 4th round of fixtures. A reminder that tonight we return for
140.
Group B action. 5 players will be with us looking for 3 spots at Saturday night's final, where you can join the Darty Party in Pompey.
95.
It is dartshop.tv for more information on how you can obtain those tickets for Saturday night's final. And we do hope that if you can join us, you can. Coming up then later on this evening in the 5-player group, we'll see Colin Osborne, Matt Dennant, Nathan Girvan, Scott Williams and Sebastian Białecki.
95.
Good luck prizing them 5 apart. Ken, you got your steps back in. Did you get a Fitbit, by the way, before today?
A fat bit, yeah, just a little bit.
58.
But wow, what a 5-player tournament that is tonight. I mean, that is a frightening thought, and yeah, I can't wait to commentate the 4-3s on that game.
I was going to say, I bet you're happier sitting in the commentary box than you are playing at that.
Oh, absolutely. Do you know, this is the first
100.
time I've smiled for a long time. I'm having a wonderful time. Whether people are enjoying what we're doing in here, I'm having a fantastic time, and that's all that matters right now. The love for the game
95.
is still there.
Stefan, you reckon 151.
What we want to hear. Stefan Belmont would love this 151.
Yeah, we've just been talking upstairs with Abigail about He's such a big scorer and come to his finish. And I said it won't surprise if that
100.
turns round very
So you
soon.
require 88.
Because I think the whole round game is there. But here's that 88 finish we talked about an awful lot. Bullseye. He stands back, like it.
58.
The trajectory
Stefan,
was
you
correct.
require
It was
51.
straight, just a little bit heavy on the front there. But this is the difference. This is what we've talked about so much this morning. This and that. This and that.
Game shown the
And for the first time
leg.
today, Stefan sort
Stefan
of the double
Bellmont.
has saved him. It's been a bit of his downfall for most of this morning, and I just had a funny feeling that this game here,
Second leg,
it
it's
would be more
Stefan
about
to
his
throw
doubles
first.
rather
Game
than
on.
his scoring we'd be talking about here. So that's a great start for him because Kurt looks in the mood.
Just looks a little bit more settled now, doesn't he, Stefan?
I think he has as the week's gone on, actually.
95.
And again, that's something I said earlier. He looks settled. It's been he's had the Challenge Tour, he's had the Super Series, got the European Cup next week.
84.
It's a busy, you wake up some mornings and you just don't feel it. But like I said, he seems to be getting better as the day goes on, and the scoring powers we're watching now is always there.
135.
I thought we were going to get the dulcet tones of Owen there, Mr. Binks. I really fancied that Max.
140.
Excellent referees we have here at the Super Series. Charlie Corstafine, Paul Hinks. We've seen appearances from Josh Clough, who actually got to the last 16 of the WDF British. Was it the Classic at the weekend?
Yeah, he's a good player and a great MC, is Josh from
100.
Yorkshire. Yeah, but they just don't make mistakes. And, the professionalism of these MCs these days is just unbelievable. I tried it at
100.
County, and when they start flying about a little bit, I knew it wasn't for me.
Much happier to be sat here and talking about it instead of having to scrutiny.
100.
I'm
Shout
old,
the scores.
I'm old enough at County where we used to put the pins in, Henry, into a giant dartboard at the side. But
60.
after a few beers, I was just
Stefan, you
putting
require
180s in, and the ladies'
71.
beer didn't go down great. So once again, 71 finish. This is what it's all about. Let's see what it's. I really fancy this 58 here. This is what I've said upstairs. This is his moment.
51.
Cheers, Steph.
Okay, you require 117.
To be for the break back. So all 19 would have left top, so Belmont will
57.
return for the 20 for
Stefan, you
2-0.
require 20.
In the aspect of qualifying, this is a big moment. I know it's just the one double, and now that's virtually. But he doesn't move again.
No
Didn't
score.
move to try and change the angle or the
Okay, you require
trajectory of the dart
60.
going in there. It was just a bit of a hit and hope, if you ask me.
50.
He may have got away with it.
And we talk about millimetres again.
Stefan, you require
Just
20.
Hitting them wires, and that's the difference. Stefan, you don't get these chances. You're down to 16% on your double percentage again. And that is not sitting nicely either.
Game shown the
That's what it's
second
all
leg.
about. You just get it
Stefan
in, that's it,
Bellmont.
blow it out. You've gone up to 25%, 2-0 lead. Reset, start again.
Third leg, it's
Is
Kurt
that the
to throw
definition of
first.
madness a little bit there, where you're trying to do the same thing 100 times and expecting a different kind of result? But
100.
You've just got to believe in your rep. If you practice hard, I try to say a lot of people, everything that you're doing in the practice room at home, that's your revision. Up there is your exam. So you've got to believe in all the work that you've done. And,
100.
if you're hitting double 10 at home on a regular basis, I can just see he's just such a big scorer there. I can just see that, that he enjoys
85.
hitting big scores. But what I've seen today, he's bordering being a little bit lucky to get through the very first game with Lee. And he's in this tournament, but not because of his doubling. That could be improving.
the good thing about the
60.
Super Series format is you get time, but only so much time.
And especially with the quality of the players that are around you. You know, and
180.
I'm pretty confident in saying that if you don't hit your doubles tonight, you won't win a game. That's how tough I see that group tonight. I think it's 5 exceptional players. I can't wait for that to start.
Could be edge of your
100.
seat
Okay,
stuff.
136.
136 for Parry. Won't go, but he is going to return with Belmont back on 2-4-1.
See, I'd have gone 19s that second dart. He's covered that over. but
100.
That's a stunning dart and shuts me up immediately.
What do we know in the commentary box?
Absolutely. What do I know? What you need is a Premier League champion or
100.
someone
Kurt,
like
you
that. You know,
require
someone who knows the
36.
game.
A couple of world titles would be nice. 2 nights.
18.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a
Stefan, you
lakeside
require
champion. I don't count myself as a
141.
world champion. I'm one of them very few people. I prefer to be called a lakeside champion. It's a cracking second dad. It doesn't surprise me that he doesn't stay on that treble 20, even if he does bust it, because he just doesn't deviate from there.
99. Kurt,
It's
you
that
require
dreaded
18.
double 9 now, Henry. What would you do?
Wide split.
No score.
And that's why. And so Belmont
Stefan, you
returns to
require
42 for a 3-0 lead, and for the double breaker throw.
This and that.
Game shot on the
That's exactly
third
what he
leg.
did there. That's a
Stefan
3-0 lead, but the
Bellmont.
staggering statistic there is for Kurt Parry. Checkout percentage of 0%, 0 from 9. That's the difference between
Fourth leg, it's
leading
Stefan to throw
3-0 and
first.
winning 3-0.
Game on.
Stefan Belmont 3 from 9. 33%, 1 in 3 on the outer ring, which means whenever he gets a clear visit, he is taking the finish out.
60.
I was always happy around that 30-odd%. I always think it's acceptable, but these days it's just stratospheric the averages now that you're doing.
125.
If you're not averaging close to 50%, Henry, then you're struggling. But I used to always think 33%. Like you've just perfectly said there, 1 in 3 darts. If you give yourself an opportunity to hit it, it's always an acceptable percentage.
60. 134.
I've seen 1-3-4. I'd love to see the statistic today of how many 1-3-4s have been scored, but it's and that's why I advocate it. You know, when you go low on that treble 20, don't be afraid to go down.
78.
I seen a game this week where
140.
someone was. Oh no, that was the one where the break. Everyone broke the throws, so it was 4-3. But there's part of me thinking there's not a million miles away from a 4-3 winner. You know, from the 0-3 down. I'm going to stick my neck out there and say Kurt's out of this
Got your
match.
record 102.
You're enjoying being in the commentary box, Glenn, too much, aren't you?
Yeah. I just love stats. I just love statistics.
62.
We converted you. So Parry returns to tops to bring it back to 3-1 following the conclusion of this visit from Belmont.
60. Okay, you require 40.
Do you fancy it?
This doesn't go.
30.
Wow, nod from 12. That hurts.
Stefan, you require 148.
That hurts, Kurt. It's a lovely dart, that. Just stay there. Treble 12.
100.
I even
Okay, you
think
require 10.
Stefan would stay there if he wanted 142. Come on, Kurt.
No score.
Now look at the shock on his face, and I think me and Henry's face was
Stefan, you
exactly the
require
same. There. They were
48.
3 perfectly thrown darts, and he's got this and that. He just has to sit it off that first dart there. It's actually the perfect marker. Stare it out.
32. Kurt,
So
you
Parry
require
gets another
10.
go. I don't think he would have expected another chance.
You know when I said Kurt will win 4-3?
Double 2 to
Game
keep
shot
himself
on the
in
fourth
it.
leg.
And
Kurt
by hook
Parry.
and by crook, Kurt Parry is there, and it is back to 3-1. However,
Fifth leg, it's
God, I
Kurt
love
to
this
throw
game.
first.
Absolutely,
on.
1 from 17, 5%, but he's still in this match. And you wouldn't tell he was 3-1 down. That's what That's what I'm going to have a word with him afterwards. There,
60.
one of his strengths.
over his last 2 matches, he's missed 36 darts at double.
Incredible. But sometimes when you're 3-0 down, everything goes away. Any stress in your
64.
body that goes, you just begin to fling darts and enjoy it. With Kurt, you would think it was the first leg, his first 3 darts. I just can't read the lad.
59.
I just know he's an exceptional talent. you've got to admire these players, obviously. Sebastian and Stefan,
99.
you know, are travelling over for these Super Series. Just sort of reminds you of what an opportunity this MODUS Super Series is now for worldwide darts. So people who want to come over. You know, you've had all nationalities here. And like I said, we've talked about it's just many routes. You know, Kev Burness, Robert Owen, Jim McEwen, Jim Williams, all these guys who did so well in the Super Series and, you know, are going on to bigger and better things now. It's a real opportunity for people. So it's great to see someone like Stefan trading blows with, you know, the best of the players in the UK.
And of course, the man from the United States, Danny Lalby, is our first confirmed finalist for Saturday night. I think he's seeing the sights of Bournemouth for the next couple of days and his little bit of time off.
Yes, it could be the most cosmopolitan final we've ever had if sort of Stefan and Sebastian get through. So we'll see how things sort of ride out. Saying that's not great maths when you're on 2-6-3. I think you just realise exactly what he's done there. But you've got to think. I think the Dutch did it very, you know, 10, 15 years ago. When you get to the 300s, they're thinking already. You know, they were bringing their 19s, and they were the first, you know, real place to bring the bullseye into the game so early. And
140.
And what Kurt's done there is just give a real opportunity now to Stefan, and he's grabbed it with both hands.
He's put Belmont on the hill.
136.
So 60 for
Stefan
the match.
requires 60.
Tops it is. Double 10.
50. It requires 67.
It's the story the whole day rather than just the story of this match. And my 4-3, could it happen? Could it happen? Kurt Parry somehow brings it to 2-3. He has never ever been in this match once. And all he needs to do now is focus and break
Stefan to throw first.
Stefan's job right now is to start off and put some frighteners on Kurt with a big 140, at least one treble.
Stefan knows this is the leg. This is the one he's got the darts in. This is the one where he can dictate matters, but he may have just opened up the door for Kurt Parry with that 41.
You know, I didn't watch the darts going there. I was just watching him. He makes the game look easy. That's a frustrating 45, I won't lie. You just feel like Stefan just got the one gear.
100.
He's just plodding away. You could even argue I was very similar. It was just very match plays, tough to play, tough against. Some of these players today, they've got them gears to click in. But Kurt just can't find it in this match.
And it a bit attritional so far.
60.
But both players, when they look, you know, whoever loses, they'll see the averages of this game and they'll be thinking, you know, they're so much better than the averages that are being produced right now.
58.
These are opportunities, and the opportunities that are not being taken.
Well, there's been a marked drop-off from Parry, and that's mainly because of all the missed doubles. 86 in the first game, 86.66 in the second. It's now dropped into the 70s, and that has been because of all of those missed doubles in those games.
Absolutely. But that last 3 darts there from Stefan is just giving him a real boost.
160.
And like I say, we need some catalyst today, and I could really want to see a big 160 finish or 170 finish just to really rejuvenate this whole contest.
41.
But the setup play, that's poor. Whether he likes it or not, that's poor. When you're that far ahead for the match,
60.
you shouldn't be scoring 41.
Stefan, you record 119.
May have been let off.
If he goes 20th first dart, he don't want me happy. That's better. Sweet as a nut.
Game shot on the match.
On 119.
Stefan
That is not
Belmont.
a guy who's had problems with his doubles all day. A 4-2 win for Stefan against Kurt Parry, but the statistic there which stands out is 2 from 18 on the double on the outer ring for Kurt Parry. He needs to go back and just have a little focus on where it went wrong there. And it's quite simple. Get some practicing on your doubles, Kurt.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Stefan Belmont with a 4-2 victory over Parry in that one. We can look at the finishing stats there. That really does tell the story, doesn't it? Just 11% on the outer ring from Parry. Both can certainly produce far superior levels. It was a bit of a slog in the end, wasn't it, that one? Belmont not overly convincing on the outer ring either, but a 119, his second tumbleless finish of the day to round off the victory in that one. An average just below 80 in that match, and we can see that's his second victory of the day. We see what that does to the league table. He's now the third player on to 4 points in that one. Arron Monk still out on 6 points in top spot. Next up, we've got Jamie Kelling, fresh from his victory over Arron Monk. Can he follow that one up against Lee Cox in this one? Let's find out who comes out on top of this one with the chaps in commentary.
Thank you very much, Abby. Jamie Kelling taking on Lee Cox in this one, and Kelling has been, as he has been all week, I suppose, pretty steady across all departments, and that's getting him the job done. However, in that last game against Arron Monk, which he won 4-3, perhaps we've seen a step up from him, which we haven't seen all week. A 93.71 average, 4 180s in that match. Maybe he's the one that's just coming up to the boil at the right time, Glenn.
Well, as long as he's okay, because when I went in after he beat Arron, I had him in a headlock.
First against Jamie
you
to
tell they're
throw
really good
first.
friends, but if that doesn't
Game
give you
on.
confidence, then nothing will. You know, Lee, which I've reportedly said many times today, he's searching for confidence. So you would think that JK was a big
140.
favourite in this game.
Been reliably informed that Kelling and Monk travelled down together today.
Yeah, I think JK will be walking home.
140.
It stops him getting through.
100.
We'll take this standard.
This is much better. I think if there's one person I'd love to see have a great game, it would be Lee. You know, I think I know more than anyone what it's like to be down in the dumps with a game and struggling for confidence. So, but he's young enough. He realises he's one game and he can kick in from there. There's nothing wrong with his throws. Nothing wrong with anything sort of fundamentally wrong. Just getting that winning mindset.
I remember speaking to Lee a few months ago at the old venue, and he said he
100.
knows the pieces of the game are there,
121.
but he just wants to put it all together at one time in this format.
Sorry for getting in your way there. That was nearly a perfect leg there, opening leg. Yeah, and I understand what that you're saying there, but all of a sudden putting jigsaws, that means you're overthinking just a little bit.
89.
I think he just probably needs a phase, just let them darts go. I think when you start piecing it together, it's sort of getting in the realms of where I was when I was at my lowest.
100.
Suddenly you're
Jamie
going A, B, C.
32.
But Jamie, for a great 13 dart leg, his doubles have been his strength. But not this time.
28. Lee Rock 121.
Lee's won a game that he could have lost with doubles, so. But that's a shocker.
29.
He won't be happy with them 3 darts.
Jamie
for sure,
require
Henry.
4.
However, he would have wanted to keep himself an interested party because double 2 isn't easy, especially
James
for a tall
on the
player like
first
Jamie
leg.
Kelling, but he's making
Jamie
me look
Kelling.
absolutely stupid. 17 darts, opening leg holder throw for Jamie Kelling. He's on the board.
Yeah, they're quite good at making commentators.
Second
look
against
stupid,
Lee
aren't
to
they?
throw
That's something else I've
first.
learned today.
I just make myself look stupid anyway, Glenn.
There now.
121.
On the conclusion of this game, every player would have
24.
played 4 of their allotted 5 matches. We'd enter the final round of the fixtures for the day, where Parry would take on Alec Small, Lee Cox up against Arron Monk,
40.
and then finishing the day, it'll be JK in action as he takes on Stefan Bellmont.
I think whatever happens even now, I think it's still all to play for tomorrow. This is
96.
exactly what we thought. We didn't think anyone would totally run away with it. There was threats there from Arron at one point. But I think most of them will go home quite happy knowing that tomorrow's another
85.
day. That's why these 2 points right now are just so important.
Especially getting it towards the end of the day, because they're the games you're going to be thinking about when you go back to your hotel room or your house or
100.
wherever you're staying this week.
You do that. And some people, they can win 4 games and lose 1, and the one that really focusing on is the one that they lost. So you can sometimes tell the mentality of players. They'll be keen to speak to them afterwards and just to see how they feel and how they prepare themselves ready for tomorrow.
134, leave 154.
Another 1-3-4.
This could be 1-5-4 for Cox. Just the other side of the wire. Jamie Kelling wants a 1-4-7, more something we see in another sport.
I'll go Mark Selby.
83, Jamie 147.
Oh, he's miscued.
97.
He's miscued and gone in off there. But no, he set it up nicely. Puts a lot of pressure on this 71. And can he go a big 18? Stand back, reset, double top.
51.
Just nowhere near
Jamie
there.
required
Killer
50.
instinct that Lee needs right now. It's just not there.
Tops. To
Game
keep
shot
in
on the
tune with the
second
snooker
leg.
theme. That's a big
Jamie
break for
Kelling.
Jamie Kelling as he leads 2-0.
Like it. These puns, I'm beginning to get them now as well. Yeah, but yeah, that for me, that was the difference between someone
Well,
who
I guess
just knows
Jamie
they're
to
going
throw
to finish a game.
first.
His
Game
doubles
on.
seem to be a strength, does JK. Yeah, if we can get Stefan Bellmont scoring and JK's finishing, we've got a superb player there.
58.
Jamie Kelling wins. He would go top of the group because he's been racking the legs up. He's one behind Arron Monk.
85.
I'm sorry if there's a slight delay. I'm listening to all the puns in the background here regarding snooker.
140.
I think I'm at the back of the queue here. Yes, let's have a look at the table. Yeah, very funny, lads. Yeah, very funny.
77.
Oh, I tell you what, with all these 4-3s, I could do with the rest. Let's focus back on the darts, Glenn.
123.
Stop smiling. Oh. If only you could hear these lads in the background. Here. If only you could. I think JK's just got that joke the way he's
45.
smiling there, but yeah, but Lee's he just needs a spark, doesn't he, right now? I can feel the frustration with
58.
himself there. You can see
Jamie
with his demeanour, the shoulders, everything.
135.
To extend the cushion in the match.
95.
And he leaves himself tops. Excellent play there from JK. With Cox back on 185.
44. Jamie
Again, if he
required
just goes
40.
big on this double top and then just goes in off into the red.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a
Jamie
lovely dart
Kelling.
there. I mean, it's just the strength of him. You just feel like he knows he's going to get a double, and it goes into a big 3-0 game. And I can't see
Well,
Lee
look, it's
coming
Lee
back
to
from
throw first.
this. Yeah, from this scoreline right now, it's tough to see. Like I said, he came here for
60.
a real boost, Lee, but right now you can just see he's struggling.
Excellent first dart. Followed by a second.
180.
Absolutely sublime from Jamie Kelling. He hit 4 maximums in that game against Monk. That's his first in this at the start of leg 4.
100.
Can he seal a 4-0 victory here? In a good place to do so, and he's following up. Oh, I was wondering, Glenn, whether maybe in your first session you're going to get a 9.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking there. I looked away on the second dart. The stats look great here. Solid 90 average, 30% on his averages, on his finishing.
98.
He's playing really, really well. He's just doing a solid job against, he knows, someone who's not at their best right now. But in darts, just do your own job. That's exactly what he's
60.
doing.
As I mentioned with Chris Murphy yesterday, you know what you're going to have to play at against JK because you know the level he's going to play at.
Yeah, that's something new for me to see him up close and personal right
93.
now. I sort of know Lee's game a lot more, and I'm sort of in the corner for Lee, if that makes sense. I'm sort of feeling for every dart he's playing, and
100, Lee
JK's
record
really,
150.
really impressed me.
150. And your sensor has to go.
He's got a choice here of bullseye or double, treble 18.
78.
72.
Jamie requires 76.
76 to seal it. 16. And tops.
36.
Just above the wire.
He requires 72.
Which would you go on? 72. 16s, 12s. Double 18. Well
Game
done,
shot on
Lee.
the fourth
That's an
leg.
absolutely
Lee
fantastic
Cox.
finish there. And I think JK's just gave him a little pat as well there. Something happening on the stage there.
Owen Binks wants to watch this morning, I think. Well, here we
Feel
go.
like
I
it's
never
Jamie
get
to
any
throw
kind of
first.
looking on
Game
comms
on.
cam. You come in and they get to see all of my glorious face.
Twice in one day. I just realised I need to go on a diet looking at that.
Thank
you very much.
96.
Might use this as my profile picture on Tinder or something.
I might go in off the... oh no, I think I've had enough of them puns for one day.
83.
Give it a rest, Glenn. Give it a rest.
I'm trying to get the pun deep grain in, but no, I can't do it.
43.
By the way, I'm not on Tinder, just in case people go searching. I'm sure they're not, but
77. 96.
Great last start there. There just felt like a little bit of a lull in that game. Maybe why JK had already had the game won in his mind the last match. But Lee's beginning to fight back here. 140 would have been lovely
100.
there. But he's still there. He's grinding. He's grinding his way through this game.
58.
there is an opening here now for Lee, especially after that first dart and that second.
That's what it's all about, Lee.
140.
That's what you do. That's what you're good at. That's why you're the London captain, and you've got to believe in yourself. You're not out of this game. And that's certainly no
41.
pressure there for you.
You
You could
require
argue now you've
101.
comfortably got 6 darts at this.
Treble 19. Left double drum. You just get the sense that maybe if Lee can
54.
get this
Jamie
leg, the
record
tide in this match begins to
167.
turn.
But this is all I need to see. One big finish for the day.
139. Lee required
That's what you
47.
call pressure. Big 7. 1 out, 1 in.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He's fighting back. He's
Lee
grinding his way through
Cox.
this game. I think he'd be surprised more than anyone that the score is 3-2. JLK will be kicking himself if this one gets away from him.
So like it's Lee
And
to
with it
throw
being Lee's
first.
darts now, he has every opportunity to take it to another 4-3 game.
60.
Yeah, but only a 60 to start, so Kelling has the opportunity to pounce upon it. And when the first dart lands like that, well, usually you see a
100.
two-trouble with it, but I think he'll take the ton in those circumstances.
This is a
125.
fight back amongst the screw back. And he follow through with another result.
100. 80.
When things aren't going so well, they're the kind of things that happen. They are Robin Hood. How do you think JK is feeling right now? Because this game must have been won in his mind a couple of
54.
times.
He looks tight. That's what I think he looks. Because I think he's seeing this game evaporate
58.
from his grasp.
Just think one big 140 or something, a big score from either player here. So it really
100.
takes control of this whole match.
96. Jamie require 147.
With all the snooker puns that we've done, wouldn't it be apt? That leaves 70 left. A treble 18, a treble 10.
89. Lee require
Treble 4 even.
82.
It's not the sort. Most players go bullseye first, darty, or the 14s. So he's still got an opportunity of 18 to leave the bull.
57. Jamie require
So JK
58.
gets his chance now to finish it off with 58. But he's missed the big number, so he needs to get the 17 now, and it's only one dart at tops. And it drags
38.
below, and so Cox will return for
Lee
a last
require
leg shootout.
25.
And here we go on that 25 finish. How
Game
on
shot on the
earth-
6th flag.
How on earth
Lee
is this
Cox.
game 3 each? It's unbelievable. I don't know how many stats it is where games have come from a 3-0 defeat, but
7th and
it's a
final leg is
3-0
Jamie to throw
lead
first.
that Jamie had where he was just totally and utterly in control. This would be a huge knock to his confidence and qualifying if he
100.
fails to win this match.
This is our 8th last leg decider of the day.
45.
Again, dropping below that treble 20. Still not utilising them 19s. Look, he's covering all the bed there.
60.
It's a tight one again. How many times have we said that today?
Every single treble is like
59.
gold dust there. Oh, that's an excellent first start from Jamie. But only a
100.
ton. He'll be disappointed, I think, following the way the first start went in.
It gives him a cushion.
84.
But like I said, he just can't seem to follow through from one score to the next. That seems to be his big problem.
60.
What you need is total focus now with Lee, as if there was a cannon behind you where you can't hear it. He's just got that smile on his face there. It's just what I'd like to see, Henry. Just a
42.
little bit of grit from him. That's just simply not good enough.
You feel like, and this is with the greatest of respect to both players, someone is just going to fall over the line in
41.
this match. It's got really nervy, incredibly nerve jangling.
But a massive 2 points. He should really go on the 19s on 271. Because bringing the bullseye into it can leave again the 170 finish.
125.
It'll
Jamie
put
record
Kelling
140.
on 6 points alongside Monk if he can take out the 140. Another. No, he loved
Don't
the line of
bust it.
first dart, but
100. Lee record 146.
What would you do on here? Treble 20? He's staying there. It's in the hands of Jamie Kelling, but how many times have we said that in this match already?
90.
to seal
Jamie
victory.
require 40.
Kelling wants tops. But
No
still,
score.
this seesaw encounter goes on.
Absolutely
require
incredible.
56.
If Lee Cox wins this game, then go and put the lottery on. Double 10 for the match.
Game
Just the
shot
most
of the
incredible
match.
game of today.
Lee Cox.
JK will look with huge disappointment and just frankly think, how on earth have I lost that game? But it's Lee Cox that takes the 2 points with a 4-3 victory over JK with a 78.73 finish, but a 50% checkout on the doubles. Next up, we've got Kurt Parry against Alec Small.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have just witnessed the most sensational comeback of the week as Lee Cox came from 3-0 down to Jamie Kelling to get his first win over the man who is second in the table at the moment. 81 average for Kelling in that one. Cox just below that with a 79. As you can see, 180 for Kelling in that one, but it was Cox checkout percentage at the latter stage of that one. 50% success on the outer ring. Jamie Kelling will really be wondering how on earth he's lost that one. He looked in complete control racing into that 3-0 win, and we didn't even think, even when it was 3-1, 3-2, we didn't really think Cox would have the mental strength to come back and win that one. But what that will do for his confidence as we look at the league table and see what that does. Of course, Jamie Kelling still in second place, but Lee Cox now moves on to 4 points in the table. And next up, it is Alec Small, who's looking for just his second victory of the afternoon up against Parry. Both of them will know their finishing needs to be far superior in this one. One of them will make it to 4 legs, though, despite how poor they've both been at the back end of matches so far. Lads, who do you see coming out on top in this one?
Abby, thank you very much. I think it might be another 4-3, dare I say it. These two today, when you look at how things have gone, have been fairly evenly matched.
Well, my predictions have been terrible, so I'm going to say it's going to be 4-3 this one. Hopefully I'm wrong again.
You know it's going to be right.
This must be a record, surely. This must be a record of 4-3 games.
8 games going the distance so far today, and we're on game 13.
It's a war of attrition, that's for sure. But what the players have got to be reminded of is how big a win right now for
First,
Alec
it's
to
Kurt
keep
to
him in
throw
the mix.
first.
But
Game
for
on.
Kurt really to give himself, I mean, it'll be a positive return from today, and he's got to look at and keep reminding himself of them positives.
100.
That last game will still be hurting him, no doubt.
And perhaps it's easier because it's the last game of the day.
60.
You can just expunge as much energy as you possibly can.
Yeah, that's a good point. Both very
67.
free-flowing players. There's going to be a really nice pace to this game.
30.
Do you think this is must win for Alec?
134.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah, a 1-4 defeat, a 1-win 4 defeat. would be great
81.
to come back to tomorrow. I think a win today would keep him in the mix, but I think he looks very assured. Parry he's impressed me today. And he looks a bit
95.
more assured out. He looks more the winner for me. What I'm seeing out of the two of them right now. Been a long morning for all of them.
64. Okay, you record 105.
No, now it's about how you've prepared. And like you said, how much, make sure you put all that energy.
73.
266 should be bringing the 19s into place here, and that's what he's doing.
58.
Really needs to start
32.
improving his doubles now, and we all love the double 16.
No score.
But his woes on the outer ring still be ringing from that Stefan Bellmont game. He won't be happy with that. And maybe Alec can smell something there.
100. Okay,
as
you
he,
require
gives himself
32.
some opportunity in the match.
James on the first leg.
But it's 1-0
Kurt
to Kurt Parry. Nice assured first leg. Job done. A hold of throw. And we move on from now.
Second
Now
leg,
you
it's
just need
Alec to throw
focus. Let's break
first.
Alec. Let's really cement and move on from this game.
Kurt Parry will be sick of the sight of a double, I think, by the end of today.
The one he should remember, though, is the one that's just sank in there. Just keep
100.
looking forward. That's all you need to do. You can look back and evaluate everything when you get back to your
99.
hotel room, but right now, just keep looking forward. And right now, you're 1-0 up, and you're pummeling that treble 20 right now.
140.
If you were a player playing in this event, what would you be doing after this session ends? What would you be doing with the
100.
rest of your day?
Well, it's a long day. I mean, sometimes it can be tough when you're going back and you've got a match tonight. You know, sometimes they can be really tough to sort of get prepared.
100.
It's just good food. Make yourself the best advice I've got. Is just make sure you're hydrated. Just make sure you drink plenty of
23.
water,
Got you
plenty of rest.
161.
And, you know, just start visualising. Just start visualising what you want to do from tomorrow and just get through the
64.
group.
Alec, you got
Amazing opportunity on
145.
Saturday night.
£5,000 is at
91.
stake.
Got you
Kurt Parry wants 97 for 2-0 lead in this particular game. Tops.
57. Alec, you require 54.
That's a stinker of a game. Be angry. Be angry.
22.
Spraying them about
Got you
all over the place
40.
here, Alec. I mean, you've got to take these opportunities, Kurt.
Game shot on the
That's
second
exactly
leg.
what you do to take
Kurt
a 2-0
Parry.
lead. Alex nowhere near his best right now. You've got to smell these opportunities. That's exactly what you're doing. Just get the
It's
game
Kurt
won,
to throw first.
Put
Game
yourself
on.
top of the table and leave it back in Arron's hands.
Chaotic, perhaps, would be the best way to describe this game so far.
60.
From Alex, certainly, but this is what we spoke about him all morning. It would not surprise me if he comes out in the morning and does
60.
110. It wouldn't surprise me it doesn't surprise me that he's the champion of champions winner. But right at the moment in this game, the way his preparation is, the way he is, he has got this 70 average in him right now. And
100.
he has to learn from that because the future can be very bright for him.
140.
And of course, still a young man, so he's still got time ahead of him.
Absolutely, just learning the trade right now. I didn't win a tournament until I was 41 years old.
180.
These kids coming through now, but there's so much money out there. There's so much talent coming through.
54. Got you
You've got to be the best of the best.
161. Treble 17. Bullseye.
136.
Nearly called out a three-figure. Oh, finished there, but never mind. He'd be really happy. And there we go. This 25. that I keep harping on
100.
about.
Got you require 25.
So when you're practicing tonight, this is what you should be practicing. 9. Double
Game
8.
shot on the third
Again,
leg.
9.
Kurt
Double 8.
Parry.
And you'll get in a position going. That Curtin now, he's leading this match 3-0. He's very, very happy. And this will put him joint
It's
top
Alec to throw first.
with Arron Monk, with everything to play for tomorrow.
And next to no time at all. We haven't even been going 5 minutes yet.
139.
And that is important. There's a reason why I say that.
100.
Because the quickest game ever is 5 minutes 48 seconds. Graham Asher, Gavin
100.
Carlin.
I'm surprised at that. Gavin's not the quickest player in the world, but I think Graham's got a couple
60.
in the top 5, hasn't he? He's super quick player.
Back-to-back games against Andy Jenkins. 5 minutes 50.
128.
6 minutes 8 seconds. That's about 12 minutes for 2 games of darts.
Takes me that to throw 3 darts.
180. Alec, you're
There's this
134.
161. Can we get a 3-figure finish? Could we have a
94. Got you
spectacular way
161.
of finishing this match? No, we can't.
So small returns for Tops to
45.
keep him in the
Alec,
match.
you require 40.
Giving some hope.
Game shot on the fourth
And he
leg.
gets it, and we are
Alec
back
Small.
to 3-1 here. But Parry will have the darts in leg 5
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to
to
throw
win the match,
first.
still a 4-1 victory,
Game
and it
on.
would keep Small condemned on 2 points.
I think the most important factor, he's got his darts 2 out the next 3 legs if it goes that
60.
way. So it's not panic stations just yet. But these players have got to get over the line. I really feel the tension in these Super Series
135.
games for varying reasons. They're all desperate to get to that final on Saturday night.
100. 100.
It's a great pace, this game, isn't it?
One 100.
Lovely and steady. Quite
99.
correctly. Board management was fantastic there to leave a big finish for himself. Kurt's just gone a little bit asleep.
85.
Could be
Surely not.
167.
Surely not another 4-3. Surely not.
81.
I've got my Parmo in the oven. It's going to be
156.
burnt before I know it.
60. Alec, you require 86.
I think it eliminates any chance that he's going to go, but that's a lovely first start.
70.
And that's
Don't you
just
require
the
96.
difference. That's the million. So can he take this match? 76, he's going to go double-double.
72. Alec, you
Lovely
require
last start, put some
16.
pressure. He exhales his breath, confidence, double 8.
12. Don't you require
Tail
24.
of the tape for young Alec for today. But for the match, Kurt Parry
Game shot on
sinks
the
it with his
match.
first start.
Kurt
John
Parry.
top with Arron Monk on 6 points. A lovely fast game there, but it's all about the doubles at the end. And Kurt, with a 36% average for a 4-1 victory, puts himself on 6 points. A great day's job there done for Kurt. Next up, we've got Lee Cox against Arron Monk.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. 2 more games remaining for you in the first of 2 sessions that we're going to be bringing you today. Of course, this morning into this afternoon, it is the start of Group C before we bring you the start of Group B this evening from 10 p.m. So make sure you tune back in for that one later. But we have just witnessed a Kurt Parry victory. It was 4-1. He was able to win over Alec Small. There you can see the stats from that one, an average just below 90 from Parry in that one. 2 180s for him as well, but just look again, it's been the tail of the tape for so many players today, hasn't it? Alec Small just 14% on the outer ring, missing 6 starts at double in that one. Kurt Parry 4 out of 11 on the doubles, so much better from him. A high checkout, though, from both of 40. It was pretty scrappy towards the back end of legs. But we can see now what that does to the league table. As I said, with 2 more matches remaining in this afternoon session, you can see Alec Small will end this day 1 of Group C bottom of the league standings. He's picked up just the 1 win so far. We've got Lee Cox up next, who got his second victory of the day in his last match. A sublime turnaround against Jamie Kelling to come from 3-0 down in that one. He takes on Arron Monk, who's really set the standard today, hasn't he? Superb performances from him. Can he round the day off with his 4th win out of 5? Let's find out. Chaps, who are you picking for this one? Because I'm going to sit firmly on the fence.
Hope you enjoy Splinters, Abby. Well, Arron Monk has the opportunity, should he win this game, to a bit of a cushion at the top of the table. He'd be on 8 points with the rest of the players being on 4. Of course, there'll be more games to come as a consequence.
Okay, first leg, it's Lee to throw
Parry on
first.
6 as well following
Game
that victory. But for Lee, he'd love to end today with a bit of confidence, wouldn't he?
It would be a case of job well done if Arron wins here. Like we said right at the very outset, win 4 games, you know, you'd be very, very happy with that performance. For Lee, I think he'd be happy that he's on, you know, the points he's on right now.
180.
But he hasn't played his best darts. Is this the opportunity to sort of mix it both and really give Arron a fantastic game right now?
I think Aaron's style and charisma, I think, might actually suit Lee.
Yeah, they give there was a lot of respect there. Ooh. I've been waiting for this 9 darter all morning.
45.
It's been unbelievable, hasn't it? You know, the online league, the Super Series, you know, the Martin Adams 9 darters, and, you know, everybody's watched so far. It's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it?
Which is the obligatory point of the day to say James Richardson got
58.
one against his son.
Wow. Yeah. Do you know they won the British Open pairs this week? Yeah. I think that must be some feeling. And I know how he feels when he said it's like a momentous moment for him, you know, to do something with a family member like that. It was, yeah, it's pretty special. Great player.
So is Josh, ex-World Youth Champion, doing some good things now as well around the circuit, which is good to see.
Yeah, speaking of World Youth Championships, Arron on 183 here. Really needs to set this up. I say the treble 19s have been fantastic, but he's used the treble 18 very, very well there to get on the finish. That Gezi Price won the World Series this week, 90, wasn't it? Glad he didn't get the 147 there because I couldn't handle any more puns from the production backstage.
97. Arron Monk 90.
Is he going to do a Gezi?
$80. They require 50.
Unique. That's what Arron is.
2 16s.
18.
2 darts are come and gone.
Arron required 10.
Chances. Oh, it's a difficult double.
6.
Can see the frustration. I think he knows exactly the situation Arron's in right now. He knows if he wins this game. But he left the 32 purposely. He's had 4 darts at it. A shake of the head.
No score.
And that will be really frustrating. Arron will think it's his birthday here. Sit on top of that.
Game shot in the first.
Exactly where he wanted that to be there.
Arron Monk.
And you can see the frustration in both players. But it's Arron that takes the leg. He takes the lead in this match. And with his darts to go now,
to throw first.
he'll be looking at getting this over and done with very quickly.
On the subject of birthdays, I must say happy birthday to Anthony Dundas, the king of the 174.
Yeah, we've been waiting for the 174. Anthony gave me my, when I won the second Lakeside title against Mark McGeaney, I gave him the shirt off my back as he emceed the night. And now, obviously, with my new dart room and everything, he kindly sent that back
180.
this week. So I thought that was absolutely showed the class of the man. A lovely maximum there for Lee.
140.
Exactly what he needs right now.
Still do the Dazza shuffle?
Well, I haven't won a game for a while, so it's I have to start seeing if I can get some local league or something like that. But actually, I'm starting to play a lot better now. I'm working with a couple of friends, and instead of hiding away,
98.
I'm back playing darts again now. And mine was technically, as Lee's thrown a dart here, there, as you bring the dart back there was just something in my brain just wouldn't allow me to sort of bring it back. But I'm in a much better position when I won. Treble 13 would be nice here.
123. Arron, you require 164.
Give me something to shout about, Arron. I keep going to shout, he'll want 140 here, you just never know. But Lee, this has been your downfall again. Missing big numbers like that. And that hurts more than you think. That hurts more as he
Arron, you require 64.
And we know that Arron will just go there, and when you're feeling down and when you're not playing well, your opponent 164, and you just know it's going to go in.
48.
But he gets a reprieve this time round.
40.
But he's going to have to take full advantage. Level 10 for the break back. And that's now 9 missed doubles in this game.
When it's not your day, it's not
Arron,
your day.
requires
He's still
16.
sat there on 4 points, and that's why he's got to lift them shoulders up. He is still in the running for this.
2 4s. For 2-0, down to 2 2s.
14.
More missed doubles. It's becoming
He
infectious.
required 20.
Story of the day. And it just gets smaller and smaller.
No score.
Even Arron
Arron,
has
you
a look there.
require
But
2.
it wasn't in, boys. Arron, you still want Madhouse to take a firm 2-0 lead. And that's what you've got to focus on.
Attack the double. 1 up.
No score.
1 low. And Cox is
He
back for double
required
10.
20. Game on the second leg. Lee Cox.
There's just really no words to say. You can you can just see, I think. Sometimes a picture paints 1,000 words there. The two lads are just laughing at
Lee
each other.
to throw
They'll
first.
both be as frustrated.
Game
It's
on.
now a best-of-5 game. That's the way to look at it now. That's it. As I keep repeating myself, them 2 points right now are huge. You won't be looking at the averages in a couple of days' time.
55.
Clean the slate. Let's have a little chat about Group B then this evening, because we've got a really good field. It has to be
140.
said for that. 3 from 5 will go through as tonight at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. Colin Osborne, Matt Dennett, Nathan Girvan,
96.
Scott Williams, Sebastian Białowski. Pick your bones through that, Glenn.
But seriously, I mean, that's... And I asked the question this morning, you know, how come a qualifying group
41.
is so tough? I haven't seen a better group than that. You know, and deservedly so, 3 is going to go through there, because you want to see them type of players in the final on Saturday night. But that's going to be a barnstormer tonight, and I can't wait. I mean, we might be on in about 15 minutes the way these 4 3s are going, but that's going to be pretty exciting. Can't wait.
100.
For Scott Williams, the player who's won 4 Challenge Tour titles this year, that shows the standard here at the Super Series, because he's on his second and last chance of qualifying.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. He's yeah, I had a chat with him at the Pro Tour just before he really kicked in, and the confidence. Wow, I mean, you'd think I was talking to a 5-time world champion. I mean, anyone who can wear yellow socks, I guess, must have some confidence about themselves. But what a player that boy is! I'm just ready. Just get me notes out there.
134.
But an absolutely fantastic setup there for Lee. That puts all the pressure on this Shanghai. And that's the dart you want. Just sit the next dart on top. That's perfect. Do you move? He doesn't.
100.
I'm sure when he let go of that
Lee
dart there, he thought it was in
36.
by his reaction there. But Lee's back in this match.
Game
That's
on the third
absolutely
leg.
perfect there.
Lee Cox.
I don't know how Lee is doing this right now, but he is, and he's leading this match 2-1, and he's only 2 legs away from being on 6 points. And he'll
Four-legged Arron
probably,
to throw first.
with 6 points go away, feeling like he's down, that he hasn't played anywhere near his best. But that's what he needs to do, because he's right.
79.
Just going back on the last leg thing, we believe, have had more than 8 before.
60.
Apparently, the most legs we've had in a session, out of 105, was 97.
Wow. They've waited for
100.
me. That's all they've done. They've waited for me. A little wow there. A little wow there
43.
from Lee because he knew he threw that dart well. You could see that dart flying in the air and he's thinking that's going in treble 20. But no mercy here from Arron. That's
140.
exactly what he needed at this stage of the game right now. He's took firm control of this vital fourth leg that we talk about. As Lee continues to spray these darts. And you can see the confusion. I can read him. He's
30.
confused. But Lee, you're in the front. You've got your darts next. Surely a 134. Unbelievable how many amounts of 134 today. When we talk about records, I'd love to see how many 134s there's been.
42.
You haven't seen anyone struggle so much as Lee has today, but be right in the mix.
That's what's so informing about this format. Tops
8.
and more darts come and go, but Lee Cooks is all the way back on 3-2-6. Incredibly, this is the 86th leg played today in this session.
I'm trying to do my maths now for 97.
60.
And they're 3 good darts there. That's
Right. So let's go back then and discuss then tonight's session. We've spoken about Scott Williams, but what about Nathan Girvan? Of course, so unlucky to miss out in Group A yesterday, lost out right at the very end to Danny Lauby. How does he reset to get himself in the best possible frame for tonight?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he feels because he had it won, a bit like a couple of the games today. But like I said, he's young. You know, he's been in and won big tournaments there, and he'll be relishing playing in that 5-man
Arron, you
competition
require
tonight.
40.
Like I said, we've talked about Scott Williams, Colin Osborne. I mean, it's just there's some amazing talent there, and Nathan won't be frightened.
Games on the 4th leg. Arron Monk.
Just had a little technical issue there, but not that it stopped Arron Monk in his tracks as he gets topped to make it 2-2. And the legathlon on Thursday continues. It's been a marathon Thursday here at the Super Series, and it continues tonight.
86.
So 10 o'clock Sport Stuff TV, we return for the beginning of Group B. I tell you who'll be enjoying watching all of this. Danny Lauby just watching them all just slug it out and get tired.
He will. He'll have his Caribbean shirt on.
39.
Havana cigar, just watching all this. But yeah, this has been a real slugfest, as we said. But it's a best of 3 game now, and like I said, both of these players will walk away extremely happy with a points total if they can get through this match.
Imagine if he's sat on the beach having a cigar, he having a clue what's going on.
100.
Good point. Yeah, so many people start on the 18s on 308, but his focus is just on there.
97.
Cracking last start there. Keeps him just about favourite for this leg. Lee will be looking, and that's the perfect first start for him. So what do you do there? I know what I would do. I'd go downstairs, but he's made an angle
100.
there. But I guess that's why we're all different. A 171 needed. Surely not another 134.
96.
This is exciting. This is an exciting leg, a huge leg.
$60.
You can just feel,
Arron, 150.
feel the tension on him, can't you?
Pulled that last start. Double 18.
Game shot on the 5th
To
leg.
make it 3-2
Arron
and
Monk.
to get a crucial break of throw, and Arron Monk is 1 leg away now from making it 8 points from Thursday here
Should we get
at the
Arron to
Super
throw
Series.
first?
He could be the man that makes the march here on the opening day's competition in Group C, and he has the darts to complete a 4-2 victory.
62.
An untimely bounce out there. That was plumbing the treble 19 there. Just opening the door a little bit for Lee.
100.
Happy with that. Like I said, a steady ton, but when you're against the darts, when you're 3-2 down, you want them tons to be just that 140.
99. 140.
Surely not. Surely not.
Written in the stars, isn't it?
To break Arron Monk, who needed to go to 8 points. I thought it was a
47.
bit of an impossible task at the beginning of it, but all of a sudden he becomes favourite for this leg. And he's back in again. The crowd goes wild.
100.
100, 140, 100. You can't ask for any more than that when you're 3-2 down. Just shows you the type of man that Lee is. He's fighting. He knows he's not at his best.
Lee
But he hasn't given up.
61.
His head's up. All he won one treble would be nice. I think that looks like it's in. It's perfect.
105.
And that's good board management once again to leave a 2-dart combination finish.
So 56 for 3-3 once again. For the ninth time
99.
today.
Lee required 56.
He's well down on the averages, but he has darts here. A double 18 is one of his favoured doubles. For the dreaded double 9. But he hits it with a plum. 3-3. How many times have I said that today? As we're going to our last leg decider. Most importantly, it's his darts at the hockey. It's
7 from final leg. It's Lee to throw first.
He could go away here with a positive return without playing anywhere near his best. But right now, he's just having a 5-minute spurt here where he's looking like the real Lee Cox.
I know you played on Channel 4 once or twice. I'm wondering whether we're on Channel 4 today because it's been the last leg throughout.
Oh, it feels like we're on a countdown. That's a frustration. Oh, Lee, man. Oh,
29.
Look at him. That's how much it hurts. That's how much this game can hurt. All you want to do, you've done the hard work with the first 3 darts. You can smell blood.
And on the subject of Channel 4, we'll be going from 15 to 1 game. Only one last match remaining in the session after this as Stefan Bellmont takes on Jamie Kelling following the conclusion of this final leg.
140.
What a time for a 140. What a time to start playing your best darts of the day. Credit, Lee Cox. Absolute credit.
45.
Now you've done the hard work, Lee. Get above that treble 20 first dart. It'll drop in.
60.
3 straight dart. You can't ask for much more than that. It's all about these 3 darts here for me, which will determine how this match will go. Because is he going to go 1-3-2 the traditional route? Or is he
84.
that treble 20 might make Lee think, no, it doesn't. So he should just hit a big ton. That's all he needs to do. Now he's got a decision to make. And that is tremendous.
96.
And that would have been the first 3-figure finish of the whole day there. But he sets himself absolute lovely. Nothing Arron can do right now, apart from put some pressure on Lee.
140.
Incredibly, Lee can go joint top.
Lee required 36.
So
36.
double 18 for the match for Lee Cox. And this group really is coming up to the boil. 3 players on 6 points. Lee Cox joins Arron Monk and Parry on that figure. And when we return after the break, we're going to see a 4th player get onto that. But before we look ahead to that, let's have a look at the stats on this one. 79.31 average for Lee Cox, 1 maximum in the match, 4 from 18 on the doubles. It was another game played by Miss Doubles. That's kind of really been the story of the day here at the Super Series, but it is a 4-3 victory for Lee Cox. He's on to 6 points. One of Stefan Belmont and Jamie Kelling will join them on that figure when we return after this short break.
and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where remarkably we've just seen Cox get the better of a Monk. It was 4-3 that Cox ran out a winner in that one, in what was our 9th last leg decider of the day. Quite remarkable in itself. There you can see the stats from that game. Monk with the superior average in that match, but both of them struggling towards the back end of legs. 22% checkout percentage for Cox in that one. Arron Monk lower than that, 3 out of 17 on the outer ring. A bit of outer ring sting in that match for Arron Monk. So then, let's see what that does to the table going into our final match of the day. It does mean that Cox finishes the afternoon joint on points with Monk and, of course, Kurt Parry. But now it's the chance for Kelling and Belmont to join them on 6 points. Kelling surrendering a 3-0 lead, of course, in his last match. He'll be looking to rectify that because he has performed really consistency throughout the course of the day. Can he finish the day with another victory? Let's find out, shall we, in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so we conclude the first day's action in Group C between the Swiss Stefan Bellmont and the man from Andover, Jamie Kelling. The victor will join Arron Monk, Kurt Parry and Lee Cox on 6 points, giving us a thrilling crescendo to our group tomorrow morning from 9:30. And I suppose, Glenn, we might as well just stay in for the long haul and expect a 4-3.
Well, I'm thinking the night game's actually starting about 15 minutes, don't they? But the good news is they played each other 3 times this week and hasn't been a 4-3 between them. So fingers crossed.
Shall we get a kebab?
I was thinking 2. Might as well get tonight as well.
Extra onion.
But on a serious note, again, it's great that you know, everything to play for tomorrow. So it's, you know, that's what we wanted. You didn't want 2 people running away with it. I mean, it's really exciting. And that's what we want. You know, come back tomorrow. But one of these is going to go on to 6 points. It's exactly like Monday, where 3 players have a 3-2 and 2 players have a 2-3, etc.
Yeah, I think it was 3 players on 6 and 3 on 4. Yeah, so not too dissimilar at all.
Yeah. And that's what we want. It makes tomorrow morning really exciting, and that's certainly why I'm here, that's for sure.
Hopefully you've got your abacus dusted off, because it could be needed tomorrow. They get quite dramatic these Fridays.
I have got A-level in statistics, so fingers crossed that comes into it.
125.
I'm not old enough to do O-levels as well. I bet you've never even heard of that, have you?
60.
I said I graduated from the University of Life, but I didn't. Mind you, sports journalism is not really a proper degree, I suppose.
92.
I thought I did till I met the production team today. I've heard things today I've never heard.
You've become well acquainted with the Super Series team today.
Oh, you
the
require
bands.
84.
Love it. Yeah. Got to stop myself laughing as I'm trying to talk here. Especially when Stefan wants 64 with 2 darts, but with JK so far back, it makes sense just to set it up nicely.
52.
Leaves himself his favourite double of 32. JK has not come out the traps here, just at a time when he needed to.
85.
I'm sure he's left a
Stefan,
big
you
fish
require
there, so for the
32.
first time, Stefan, how's your doubles?
Games on the
Good to me,
first
Glenn,
leg.
is what he
Stefan
tells me.
Belmont.
So that's an opening leg there for Stefan in this crucial final game, with a winner going joint top, so it's everything to play for.
Second leg is
JK
Jamie to
goes
throw
up for the
first.
second leg with his darts.
And playing Stefan last game of the day, when you look at
100.
his trajectories over the past 4 days of competition, this is usually when he plays his best stuff.
He's just solid, isn't he? He's just a match player. He's gritty.
85.
Like you said, he probably doesn't have the gears of an Arron Monk. He probably doesn't have the gears of a Jamie Kelling, to be fair. He's just solid. Tough to beat.
140.
Phases him. The last 3 darts he threw, the way he walked, they'll be exactly the same here.
100.
I think I
100.
closed my eyes there, and it's no surprise, 100.
Consistency.
Yeah, Jamie needs to get into this game. Now he's opened up well.
55.
That'll be quite frustrating. It gives Stefan some chance in this leg. You see the patch on his arm there of Switzerland.
140.
I proudly went to, I think it was Romania Open. Brand new shirts. Checked them myself. White cross on me shirt. Red shirt, white cross. Only for someone to tap me on the shoulder and say, why are you wearing a Denmark flag instead of the St. George? So, yeah, that's one of the shirts there that went to a real dark collector. It was a one-off.
60. Jamie
Pretty much
McGuire,
straight one in the bin when I got home. That
160.
was quite embarrassing.
Must have been cross with you, Glenn.
Boom. Oh, God, I was ready. Got my notes out and everything there, JK. I was ready. I was ready for you there. I want this 3-digit win. Come on. 16. And a tops for me first 100-plus finish of the day.
76.
Give it the big one
Jamie
as well
McGuire,
there for you,
40.
Stefan.
But just the measly tops in comparison for JK. Double 10. But it's huge in the terms and in context of this game.
Kelling.
Levels is up at 1 apiece. JK hasn't been at his fluent best so far, but he gets himself level, and all he wants is a victory by hook and by crook.
Loved his reaction there, because it means something to these 6 players today. That's something I've learned very much. It's not just a...
60.
It means a lot. They're playing for £5,000, they're playing for £20,000, and it should mean a lot. And his reaction at the end there was exactly what I'd want to see from someone.
Gives opportunities to amateur
100.
players, and what it does do, it pays for their tour throughout the whole of the year, and it also gives them the opportunity to pay off Q score, and it doesn't give them that financial burden when they do want to try and get themselves onto the tour.
And they're wearing sponsors on the shirt, you can see there. It's a great opportunity to showcase yourself. You know, I can't fault the whole production. It's, like I said, it's just another pathway for aspiring players to reach the very, very top.
85.
The dream of playing in the PDC, where, you know, we all want to play, the golden ticket of everything. But this is just opportunities that wasn't always there when I was certainly around, that's for sure.
140.
And have you seen this year players like Connor Scott that have gone on to the tour? And I know I use him as the example a lot, but he's the one that sticks out in my mind. Is Kelling gets his first max of the match, and what a time. Actually, we'll just pause that discussion until the start of leg 4, as Belmont wants 161, Kelling back on 136.
40. Jamie
180 made a big difference the way
36.
Stefan threw them darts now. So when he was totally out of the leg, he's actually now favourite to win this game. A treble 19, he will leave his favourite double top.
Stefan, you're 121.
1-2-1 for Belmont.
Yeah, your only job there is not to miss the 20, of course. Big 46 or 6 out of 10.
85.
Most players will just aim in the middle there. They're happy with both finishes there. But for JK, who's been fluent on his doubles today, when he needs it most, double 5.
35. Stefan, you require 36.
Exactly what we're talking. And Stefan sort of had this day of people scoring doubles against him missing doubles. But that's not the end of the world, that one.
It's actually his favourite double.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about fate.
Four.
We're talking the width of a wire, just again,
Jamie
Jamie there. The
5.
hardest part of this finish here, Henry, is the big one. Aim for double 1. Take a breather, exhale, and throw for the dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Perfection
Jamie
of a finish
Kelly.
there on what is a difficult way of a 5 finish. You know, the big one is harder than people think, because your mindset is already
Fourth leg,
thinking
it's
about
Jamie
double
to
2
throw
already.
first.
That
Game
puts him in
on.
prime position now. He's now got the darts. That was a really important break, and now it's time JK to kick in.
Just to continue what we spoke about in the last leg, have you seen players that have come on tour that played in this last year come on tour with an
100.
extra little bit of confidence because they've had the opportunity to play in the room, obviously back in those days in Southampton, and the chance to play match after match after match?
Well, dare I say, when I last saw Robert Owen,
41.
he looked a beaten man. He was coming off the tour, and when I saw him, you know, he's played Challenge Tour, he's played the Super Series. When I saw him at the last Pro Tour, he was like looking at and talking to a different guy. This arena breeds confidence, you know, when you're winning competitions. And Jim Williams said he loved it. You know, Connor Scott, Jim McEwen, Kevin Burness. You know, Kevin Burness is one of the unlucky ones because it's really sort of matured since he was sort of flying and winning everything on the online and series, etc. There's a lot of players making that sort of transition from there onto the big stage of the Pro Tours, and it's a massive confidence boost to them all.
43.
Absolutely, look what it's done for Scott Williams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight. I think he'll be the Arron Monk in that practice room tonight.
89.
An absolute fantastic setup there from Jamie. This is the exact leg that you want. Ton 40, ton 40, 89. And Stefan's way back.
So double 16 for a 3-1 lead for Jamie Kelling.
Jamie required 32.
And pulling one away from the victory post.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He is so good on his doubles. And I was just about to say there, his sort of doubles are sort of letting him down a little bit, but you just feel confident when he's walking up to a double end. He's put himself in a fantastic position. He'll be delighted with the situation right now.
.45. 43.
And just to think, Jamie's playing County B on Saturday, so I'm trying to think how that's going to work for him with a potential Saturday night for him. The crazy world of darts. The crazy world of Hampshire darts, everyone. Will he or will he not be there? Will Arron be there?
The good news is Phil Bars can go fast in his car.
I wonder if are they at home or away? I'll have to try and find that out for them, but I'm sure they fully understand.
We'll get it fed through to us, hopefully, by the time we head off air, or maybe tomorrow morning. You can join us from 9:30 a.m. And, well, the way the group's looking, one of these two men will be on 6 points. It looks like Jamie Kelling at this present moment in time. It's going to be some conclusion to the group, 9:30, Sporty Stuff TV. And we return from 10 p.m. this evening for all the action from Group B. Well, Glenn, it's great to have you in the commentary box today. Just one more duty for you, and that's to hot-foot it up to the studio to join Abby.
I've certainly got my steps in today, but yeah, I hope everyone's enjoyed the production and everything today. It's a fascinating day ahead tomorrow. I can't wait. 3 players, 4 players, even sat on 6 points. It's all to play for. I'm getting a hip hip hooray from somewhere here, but I just want to, again, thank you very much there for looking after me. You've been a great mentor, and I'll see you soon, sir.
I'll see you tonight, Glenn. They actually do hip hip hoorays for me, but that's when I leave the commentary box.
Yes.
So Belmont here now with 186 left.
79.
However, Kelling is going to make inroads on this 2-2-3.
83.
He's himself on 140 to finish the game off, finish the session off. Remember, the 2 players from 6 come through this to join Daniel Albee in the finals on Saturday night. And Kelling finished with a flourish, not on this occasion. He'd love a treble here. Just above the wire, it would have left him on tops. Belmont, 130 for 3-2. Bullseye.
83.
And so Kelling returns,
80.
wanting 80 for the match. Double 10.
60 scored, yeah.
One dart left. Is that awkward? Yes, it was.
60. Stefan, you require 47.
Belmont returns for 47. Tops for 3-2. 10s.
27.
And it's getting tense as they both find themselves on
Game
10s.
required 20.
Kelling to finish it off. What a guide. But up for double 5.
15.
And it's contagious.
Stefan, you require 20.
Double trouble
Game shot on the 5th leg.
in this darting
Stefan
bubble.
Belmont. Sixth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Now, I'm going to make one prediction here. I think this is going all the way. It's the way this session has
100.
gone. If this game goes the distance, it will be one off the record for most legs played in a session. 97 is the record. If this game goes 3-3, we would have played
39.
96 out of a possible 105 legs. It's just incredible. Mind-boggling, mind-spelling.
100.
However, Kelling has a gap in this leg. His chance to seal victory.
44.
Reminder, Group B starts this evening. We'll see
59.
Colin Osborne, Matt Dennett, Nathan Girvan, Scott Williams and Sebastian Białecki in action. 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV for that.
100.
Kelling returns to 117 to finally kill off this match.
97.
Six starts
117.
at it. Treble 19. Would have left tops.
51.
66 will be the route upon his return. Belmont can only hit and hope. Needs a treble.
60.
Doesn't get one.
Jamie requires 66.
For the match. 2 18s. Steps back, recomposes, and
Game
lands the
shot
final
on the
double.
match. Jamie
And Jamie
Kelling.
Kelling makes it 4 players onto 6 points following the conclusion of the first day's action here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series in Week 9. Let's have a quick check of the averages at the end of that one. It wasn't the best game you'll ever see, but it was a crucial 2 points for Jamie Kelling, 80.12 average. He hit the solitary max in the match, a high out of 66, which we saw there, to win the game. 4 from 17 on the doubles, secures the win for JK. He's on 6 points. Let's get all the reaction upstairs of Glenn Durham, who is on the balcony alongside our host, Abby Davis.
Very much, Henry. Glenn, things very congested in that table heading into the final day of action in Group C, aren't they?
And exactly how I'd want it to be. I've seen a great insight to everything, the practice room, the whole production and everything there. But most importantly, it sets up really nicely for a fantastic day tomorrow. And every player's still in it. And, you know, the odd double here and there could have been so different.
And of course, that extra leg there in that match gave you the opportunity to watch from the balcony. Obviously, Kelling, we've spoken about him all day and how finishing is such a strength for him. When he missed those darts at double in the penultimate leg of that, what do you take from his body language there and the way he responded to get over the line?
I was very impressed with JK today, very impressed. And I think you're exactly right, his doubles are his strength. But he was ton 40. It was incredible how many players were hitting ton 40s, ton 80s, then following with a 41. It was an intriguing day, a really difficult day for the players down there. There was so many legs the darts played, but I think all of them will go back, you know, to the hotel now and know that they're in with a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look at how the table stands going into tomorrow's action. Of course, it's now Jamie Kelling who's top because of his superior leg difference in that one. Alec Small, of course, bottom. I know we've spoken about him, but he is, of course, on 2 points. Do you think he's cut adrift at this point, or do you think he's still got the opportunity to qualify for finals night?
It's going to be very unlikely, but the boy's learnt a lot. That's most important. I think the one who'll be scratching his head is Lee Cox, because he's been nowhere near his best, yet he's still firmly in this competition now. I like Lee. He's one lad I really wanted to do well today because he's searching for that confidence, and a few wins today hopefully will breed that. So he's back tomorrow. He's he's joint leader, and he's every chance now.
And it's quite incredible as well with Cox that we were speaking about his confidence, the lack of confidence. And in that game against Jamie Kelling, from 3-0 down, how he managed to keep himself in that game mentally more than anything, that's a good sign for him going into tomorrow.
And that's what he's got to go to bed with now. Them positives, rather than negatives that he wasn't at his best today. Them sort of thoughts, which you just described very well, is exactly what he needs to do. Focus on the positives. You can evaluate and look back at things and work on your negatives. But right now, he was 3-0 down. He was out of this competition, but he's back with a bang.
There we have it. Glenn just said that Cox has got a lot to go to bed with tonight. Take of that what you will. But looking ahead to... I've thrown you under the bus again, haven't I? But throwing it ahead to tonight's action, of course, it's the start of Group B. It's such a phenomenal group. I know we've touched upon it so much, but there is so much talent in there, isn't there?
And no innuendos tonight, which is going to be absolutely amazing. It's been like a carry-on film down there. But what a group tonight. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. It was like, that could easily be Saturday night's final. To pick 3 from 5 there is going to be virtually impossible as they're standing in now, and can't wait to see the difference, because Arron Monk down there, he's the big guy. He's the alpha male down there. Who's it going to be tonight? Scott Williams? Imagine them in the same room as Adam Smith-Neil. It's been fascinating watch down there, and I can't wait for tonight.
Absolutely. Really, really looking forward to it. Of course, Danny Lauby is already through to finals night. He booked his place there by winning Group A yesterday. If you want to be part of the action, you certainly can be on Saturday night. Tickets are free to attend on Saturday night. You just go to dartshop.tv and book your place there. He'll see you there. I won't be here, but he will see you on Saturday night. Get down here, get to be amongst the party atmosphere, and you see some incredible talent on display as well. We'll be back with all of the action from Group B from 10 p.m. tonight. We look forward to seeing you there.